Happy Friday / Christmas Eve / whatever you want to call it. Hey everyone. Sorry for kind of the quick change in the idea here of wanting to jump on starting our stream a fair bit earlier today. Came from a combination of things. One part, waking up earlier than I intended to. Second part was getting the holiday plans with the family. So the idea is, I'm just gonna stream, do like, nice long stream today. See how far we get. That way, if I do have to cancel tomorrow's stream, I do like trying to be consistent. So if I have to cancel the stream, at the very least, I've kind of did a double today to make up for it. And and even if that's the case, if I end up doing an evening stream tomorrow to continue, then you guys just got some extra bonus stream for today being the holidays. Seems fair to me. Also, I decided to pull off Gogon's hat. It was fun having the visor, but I feel like, we are definitely missing out on a lot of his expressions, given that he's, most of his face is being covered at all times, so decided to put him back in his usual glasses. And, yeah. So last time we just got back from the moon, and the forum has announced that, the end days are coming. And I would have included this following cutscene in there, but we're already running a bit over. So we will have our rest post revelation and all that comes along with that, because I recall this cutscene being relatively lengthy, and I didn't want to kind of keep up even longer. Brianje's up there doing stuff. So in my normal run, I went with the good boy, Graha. But I've heard some fun things about Istinian. So we're going with him on this one.
You're alone. Good.
What? So I've actually not seen this scene, so this is actually new to me.
The twins thought now would be a wonderful time to pay a visit to my chambers. Rather than listen to them bicker over tonight's snacks and tomorrow's plans, I seized the first opportunity to make my escape.
You missed out on watching Graha eat a cheeseburger. Again.
To their credit, they decided against intruding on your peace and quiet. Be a bit exhausting at times, can't it? I wasn't sure what to make of you at first. During the Dragon Song War, how quick you were to take up a cause not your own. But I came to see that is simply the way of you and yours. I will not pretend to understand this talk of ancient primals and the final days. But I trust in your judgment and choose to believe in your cause. You and Alphino have my lance, now and always.
If I hadn't heard amusing things about Estinian, I probably would have gone with Alfie just to see what he says when he came by.
You'll need it. Rack and ruin looming on the horizon. Calamity bearing down upon us. There's no place I'd rather be than here. Standing shoulder to shoulder with friends on the front line. So do not hesitate to send me against your enemies. I'll make them rue the day they met me.
I mean, I can put barriers on you, so that's very possible.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I could do with a little air. If Alphino asks, I was never here.
What do you mean for a little air? Where you going? Stydian?
Until the morrow.
I'm out! Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice. And this is part of why I held off. Like, if it had just been that night scene, I would have tail-ended with that. But,
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsabar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. But to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
is that good? Meanwhile, at the Hall of Just Ice.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance.
I make a Paramount Pictures joke, but I've not been watching many movies, so I don't know what the latest Paramount picture is.
Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right?
What's interesting is these scenes also make a bit more context to me now because I've done.
Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more.
What shadows? You're in the middle of a street, Aaronville. But these now have more context to me, having played further through the expansion.
The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. Yet, Why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Well, we did kill the god keeping the final days at bay, so... Okay, I probably could have done that. Stayed an extra 10 minutes and gotten that squared away. Oh, well. I forgot how much it shows there, so I was like, it's already running late. I didn't want to run much longer. It happens. It's not like this, this whole playthrough hasn't had its share of hiccups with me having to do all the last patch really fast prior to Endwalker. Of course, maybe opening with this music would have been a bit more intense. But oh well. I am here. Had to clean off boot prints off my windowsill for no particular reason, Estinian. It begins. Kryl feeling a bit down about being sidelined time and time again here. But yeah, so post game, once I finished the main story quest, I did all of the role quests, and I've actually almost finished leveling all the trusts. So I've been doing a fair share into knocking stuff out, and that was before the raid dropped.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash.
And monsters.
Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We see the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
It's bad, very bad.
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends.
And that's what the fire was.
Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city.
The Light Warden, if you will.
Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies.
So that's what we're going to call them. Hope you don't mind.
The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude.
Well, I mean, we can't stand around here and do nothing.
Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimad. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
I felt like the night before scene was very appropriate before we just, dial things up to 11.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
I'd have you fly, but you don't have all the air currents yet. All right.
I stand ever ready.
Right then.
There we go. Let's just go full pure firepower, I think, for this one. So I have been leveling all the trust, so I'm trying to remember who has what lines where, just so I can kind of show those off. But at some point, it just became kind of automated, so I didn't commit everything to memory. I actually have not run through this with a healer either, so this is... Well, with a healer, I mean more as a healer. I level up my healer job for the role quests via leveling Summoner, so kind of cheated on that regard. I hope he knows how to... I hope he isn't afraid to deal with his people. Well, he immediately has problems having to deal with his people. Yeah, a missed line here is, Y'shtola shouted, "What is happening to their ether?" Probably got missed in the voice lines there. The big downside, I think, about me taking in trust into this is specifically all of our allies will be single targeting rather than AoEing. You figure a Black Mage and a Dragoon would be doing plenty of AoE damage here. So that's why I picked, you know, two very high damage people, so hopefully that should be fine. What about this one of the air? He's very much flying. Let me remember that the F2 key lets me target him immediately, so that helps. You get used to doing that. Very handy considering how much I need to throw shields up on him to handle this. Actually, I've realized something. Another downside to Sage, especially just in random like roulettes and such, if you have tanks that fight for aggro, that's very bad for Sage, because you have to keep having to switch Cardia from one target to another. So it works fine in places where you have just one tank, but if you have two tanks that don't want to agree on who's going to tank, Sage suffers a lot, because a good portion of that healing comes from just... I meant to do that to myself, but okay. Having to switch Cardia to keep maximizing your healing for when you're doing AoEs and such. It's made a lot more, is very, troubling, I guess is the proper way to put it. Yeah, I figured, like, Esteem naturally has a decent bit to say here because of the whole Vitra situation. Mouse, where'd you go? Okay. My mouse is being goofy. Mouse, why are you acting up? I need to be able to... There we go. Thank you. Sorry, I turned off my cursor so you couldn't see it, but the left-right motion was failing a little bit, which is very bad when you're a clicker like me. You need to push your buttons to make stuff happen. Snatcher. Oh no. Get, what's his name? Gillian Seed. Get Gillian Seed in here. We're dealing with Snatchers. I really like this mechanic. This is kind of neat. I do like, same with the second boss of the Tower of Zot for similar reasons, where it's just like, hey, are you paying attention? I need to get faster on doing those shields. I'm not used to moving so far up that I have to hit my F2. And it's this mechanic again. Hooray! Round and round and round he goes. Where she points, that's where he goes. Fortunately, right there. I will say, the nice thing about a lot of these fights for... And actually, fights in 14 as of late in general. I like that, you know, as long as you're paying attention, it's relatively easy to intuit what is happening, what you need to do. Either through names, through animations. Let Estinian do it! Stole away. I actually heard an interesting argument about people not liking Sage because they spend so much time DPSing and not healing. And part of the argument for against Sage, well, I was going to say for against Sages that get levied against Sages is that they're not really good at panic healing from low health. You want to be doing a lot of the mitigation from the get-go. You're strolling me like, I'll take care of this. But I wonder how much of it, getting back to my point of, you know, people talking about Sage is spending more time DPSing than actually, you know, dealing with the problems, like healing and stuff like that, is... Wonder how much of it is just a situation of... A lot of the Sage's healing comes from DPS through Cardia, but wonder how many Sages are not, like, realizing you need to be also throwing out your heals very often, or at least just putting out mitigation. Like, popping Kara on cooldown just feels like a good idea to do, just in general. Maybe I'm wrong on that and you technically want to save it, but considering it also helps give you regen and eases your healing, it just seems like a win-win operation there. Also, it was about here, even though that first group of NPCs kind of give away what is causing this, this is the point for me, and I think for many other people, that realize, you know, it's despair and hopelessness and feeling of, you know, anguish that's causing the transformation. And that's what causes it to spread, too, because terror, horror, despair is very, very infectious, especially in a situation like this. Surprising no one, you know, especially in this situation. Our mob just turned into a monster. What the heck do we do? The reaction is not surprising at all. The chain reaction. I think I might want to change my hotkey for targeting, because I have some extra side buttons on my keyboard here that I feel like might be better for doing that, so I'm not having to reach as far due to my goofy hand placement. But also a big thing is, I feel like if you're going to be doing a lot of DPS as Sage and still wanting to keep your heals up, so Terra is actually very, very handy if someone's taking a lot of damage. I've done some runs of, shoot. Heavensward Raid, what's it called? I'm blanking on it for some reason, but, I want to say Il-Meg, but I know that is wrong. I know that's very, very wrong. It is not Il-Meg. Oops. Wrong one. Well, let's put it on you anyway. Of course I'm blanking on it right now, but, and it's gonna bother me until I figure it out, as usual. But... whatever. Anyway, the final boss of that, Diablos, hits really, really hard. And, using Sotera on that is actually very, very handy to help kind of mitigate that intense damage. Not a lot, but, I mean, throwing out those consistent heals when he's in his angry phase really doesn't, no, is handy, I gotta say. Done scathed. Done scathed. There it is. Now I feel better. I've remembered the name of the thing. Also, some of this would feel better if a lot of these buttons were off global cooldown and didn't put, you know, cooldown on everything else. Or if you had to cancel your heal, everything wasn't still on cooldown. So like, hey, oh, I need to do a quick button to shield. Even if you start casting and want to cancel, you can be spell locked a little bit. But that could just be me misremembering healing, because it's been a long time since I've actually healed. I switched my my main for the Grump here off of Scholar when they changed it around and focused more on Red Mage. So a fun little touch in this that I'm pretty sure plenty of people have saw, but may not put much thought to, is watching this thing yank ether from one of two spots. Obviously he does it in a pattern, but like first when he siphons ether from the lake, and now he's pulling it from that fire. It's a neat effect. Even if we're effectively bringing back the Welk fight from hard mode Shatter Hole? Thunder Hole? Home on the range?
Hold still. You underestimate me.
Definitely want shields up for this one, because this is a stack. I remember that much. There we go. Throw those funnels everywhere. Because why not? Also, Pepsis, surprisingly useful as a panic button. Honestly, it's slightly faster than just fully throwing out regular heal prognosis, it feels like. But you can literally just do 1, 2, 3. Especially if you're late on your shield. Also, sheer cast and, shoot. The physical DPS one that just basically keeps you from being moved continues to be forever handy. There we go. Also, this is when we start hitting the gear that is actually better than your tombstone gear. So this is when you'd want to start collecting that stuff if you're wanting to gear up. Though, and it may be a bit embarrassing to state, I have actually gone all the way to 87, 89 before actually changing, like switching out my gear. Yeah, I don't think this is a star shower that people are they're commenting though. Grah's talking about a star shower. I think it's less a star shower I'd be worried about and more about the flying death jellyfish everywhere. But that's just me. Maybe I'm weird. But yeah, like, currently my, my heals are doing what? 2,500 each? Pop-up Sotera? 3,600. So, definitely doesn't hurt to pop that out to get a little bit of extra healing oomph if you need it. If you want to also keep DPSing at the same time. Man, they do not want to give me healing gear. Ah, well. No birds, no. Astidian, why? Actually, both of you stood there. What the heck, you two? But yeah, as long as you're, like, I keep pointing this out. I guess maybe because I'm also trying to have this be a sort of teaching myself and potentially helping others figure out how to sage heal a little bit. But it's not particularly hard to, especially just even basic dungeons. Keeping your tank alright, just as long as you are making sure to throw out your various button cooldowns. Because while your DPS may not have a lot of off-global cooldown stuff, you definitely have plenty of off-cooldown buttons for healing. Which I think is probably part of the design, so you can kind of tap the tank with the heals, or DPS with some heals, and immediately get back to focusing on DPS. Kind of streamlining that process. Which would make sense, I would think. What if more mouths? Mouths everywhere. Oh, nice. Statue's giving us a hand. Oh, that's actually, thank you. Yes. Give me that. I'll take that. Thank you. Over there, yes? Interesting that Yashul is asking, you know, over, like, asking directions. Stay out of circle. Circle is bad. My spirit tells me so. Got him in time. Good. There we go.
You underestimate me.
Okay. Nope. I don't think so. Thank you. Get back here! I gotta shoot more lasers at you! I like this part, actually. It's very neat. Very neat looking and very simple to understand. It kind of explains the whole grid situation of the map. It's very easy to figure out your spacing. Also, I feel like I should be using Holos more just because it helps mitigate, you know, extra damage afterward. But it feels like a button I want to save more because it takes so long to actually fire. Or recover, I should say. There we go. Take that. That's for you. Oh, wow. Didn't even get through the shield. Always love that. Always love when you throw up a shield and it just eats the entirety of the attack. It's one of the things I love about shield healing. Just be like, no, I'm just denying you the damage entirely. You don't get to have that. No, I refuse. I'm not moving. You can't make me. But yeah, here we go. Pepsi healing. Bam. Oop, wrong button. Too slow, too slow. Thank you. Estinian for beating Y'shtola to the punch there. That is... Okay, we want to go towards... No. All better. My favorite thing to say whenever the rest of the group runs up is like, we're here too! They just run up at the end. Got ourselves some nice shoes. May hold off a second on, one thing I would was come and see if these guys have something. I keep forgetting to go and look at them because they usually have stuff to say afterwards. Y'shtola, of course, being very quiet and brought up a question to me once we get the revelation of why she's being so quiet. And this line alone let me know who this is. I was like, oh no, I know who this is. Obviously, it gets told to us pretty quickly afterward. But, yeah, just the I'm ruined told me immediately who this is. Which I feel is nice that they were like, you can figure that out. No, it's not like a big... It's that the storytelling is, you know, it's not blatantly telling you, but they've given you enough clues that even at this point you can go... Okay, people who are in a bad state are transforming. Here's a guy who's saying, I'm ruined. Oh god, I know who this is.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
For people who may not remember or have not been, you know, are enjoying watching and have not like seen, I believe it happened in Heavensward. Heavensward I think is where Y'shtola threw herself into flow, and because of that she lost her eyesight, and she can only see through looking at ether. So she basically sees everything in ether vision. So imagine like wearing thermal goggles all the time, but for ether.
Nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
My first time through this, like, I didn't think too deeply. I'm like, wait a second. If you couldn't see them, how were you hitting them with magic? Because I brought her the first time as well. It was me, her, me on Samurai, on the lad. I'm like, wait a second, how did you not see what, you know, where they are? But then again, like, here's the idea of, if they are literally, like, emptiness, maybe it's like seeing, like, black spots in your thermal goggles to continue the, like, everything else has heat. Here are places where there's no heat at all.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
So that would allow her to be able to still see them, to attack them. But it must be a very, very worrying concept, which is why she's been so quiet this entire time.
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
This is a very nice twist on things, considering, think about it. Tempering has been solved, more or less. People can still get tempered if they don't have the medallions. But they have the medallions, or the talismans, I guess the proper term, they can't be tempered. But if they do get tempered, there's a way to solve it. So, you know, that threat is gone. And of course, dying sucks, but you know... But here's the idea of, yeah, here them, they just... You can't even save them. Can't, you know...
Not by any means known to me.
Knock them out and change them back.
Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
That adds some serious stakes. Because, like, even in Garlemald, we were trying to knock people out to avoid killing them, because they're tempered. It's not the...
Not even to the ethereal sea.
I'm circling what Graha is saying here, and, like, that's, like, literally the point of... They're gone for good. They are gone. They don't get reborn. They don't go back into the cycle. They're gone. It's a heck of a thing to replace being tempered. At least with tempering, you know, you can be knocked out and held at bay until something can be done to fix it. With this, you change, you're done. Forever.
Their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate.
And again, it's not even like a primal where, you know, you take out the big, or the Light Warden or whatever, you take out the big one. Well, actually, even the Light Wardens were like that. Like, even if you took out the main Light Warden, that didn't fix all the little, you know all it didn't change all those change by it back. So it's like Light Warden, but worse.
Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe. You put your secret at risk.
Yeah, like, if you consider, like, these things like the Sin Eaters, they just keep going, spreading their anguish and fear and affecting others, even after their leader is destroyed.
I know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair.
Merry Christmas! Sorry, it just amuses me that, like, well, I decided to play through this, like, we're in one of the very dark parts.
We require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
And we're hitting this part, you know, on a time that we're supposed, you know, a time that celebrates family and togetherness.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it will do naught but foster confusion and chaos.
Beatrice actually being understandably stubborn here. It's like, we're already dealing with a crisis. Do we really want to, you know, throw new information like this at them while we're still trying to deal with this?
Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally and do battle with the beasts, easing hearts and leading the
We can deal with like doing this revelation afterward. We still have a good cover story. Let's just stick with that. Deal with this problem, then we can potentially look at that problem at another time.
I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzetan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here.
Catch! A jawbreaker. For you!
The last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you love.
Lighten the mood a little bit. Thanks, Thancred.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Whether you like it or not.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Falling is just the second half of jumping. He'll be fine.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
Like so.
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
We're here to help!
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Well, we know what's causing the transformations, at least. Yeah, we figured it out, but the characters apparently have not. So here's our situation of, okay, here's that, no, out of character knowledge becoming in character knowledge. Also, maybe for people who have not been reading the word bubbles in the dungeons and not really catching what this is, it's kind of more making sure everyone's on the same page of what caused this to happen, or what causes the transformations. All right, Graha, let's get going. Yeah, just because. There you go. Oh. Sadly, I cannot target him with that. As fun as that would be. I wonder which, like, as I'm running around, makes me wonder, which job do you think is the best for getting places really quickly? And part of me wants to say Dancer. Through the 3 dashes and having Peloton at their disposal. Place doesn't seem that bizarre. I am a bit sad I have not seen, I have not been getting lucky on seeing the Sage weapon drops for each of the dungeons. It'd be neat to see what they look like. Take a moment. Repair our funnels. Thank you. Our Gundam has been repaired. Another vantage point I never noticed until just now. I'll need to check out, come back here on the lad and grab this one and the one on the by the lake, which I realized I had not grabbed on him yet. I believe the last one is... Oh, I thought the last one was over here. More talk of Corvos, which I feel like is going to come up in later patches. It has to, considering how many times it's been name dropped. Yep. These away. Have I attuned to this one? I have not. I haven't attuned to the host and to comm. Okay, yeah, so we're all right. Grab this lookout, because it's right here. We already know we need to talk to Milil, but we have to go talk to this person first. Hello. Here's an interesting revelation. Beast happened first, then the Final Days effect. By the way, current weather is apocalypse. Rather fitting, given the circumstances. We'd like a nice cup of knowledge, if you could, please. Calls all. We, ran into him when we first came to Thavnair. Just before we meet our elephant friend. He was the head of that consortium. Dealing on hard times because everyone was canceling their orders. Yep, there you go. You met Matsyeth because of that. It's interesting that a character you meet all of once and one cutscene stuck with me long enough that when we got to here, I'm like, oh geez, it's that guy. I may not have memorized his name, but I knew exactly who it was. Now we have crosses. Another heal boost. I will probably forget I have most of the time. I saw it on the map, don't worry. I suppose it's a decent sign of how, at least, passable my healing is. That most of the, I do not remember most of the, do not remember and or use a lot of the heal boosting abilities. Like Zoe here. Zoe of the Enders. To the plaza! Of course, you just look at the map, you know, okay, it's over here. Both by the name and by the, our strange innate ability to know exactly where to go. And at least this path is actually relatively straightforward. We don't have to do the whole... I keep complaining about it. The directions to take us to the Megaduda was very, very unnecessarily roundabout for no particular reason. I was half tempted to do my joke from last time that I was over here. It's like, oh, where you at? Oh, you know, the huge. Graha's all about the exploring. Ta-da! We'll grab that aetherite after we talk to the person in here. Yeah. The bizarre things at the bazaar. I do like how Graha literally sidesteps the question of, hey, how is Kyle? Because, yeah. We don't have a good answer for that one. I just woke up, and it's woke up and it's hell outside. Can I get my cup of coffee first, please? Oh, man. Things were looking up. But if it's anguish and despair that changes them... it's not hard to guess that something went wrong. I think I've ever been in here. Hello. I'm half expecting to find like another vista point just from poking around. Like there. That's a third vista point I never noticed until just now. Ow. That's okay. I lasered my legs back together. I'm fine. What is this? Quite not as good as Firmalbert or Wide Lad, but you know, it's hard to beat those sorts of names. Chop chop! Do you see what's going on outside? I don't have the time. Well, all right. Also, I should probably put on my fancy shoes. I did get some fancy shoes at the end of that dungeon. Ah, you can see I'm a man of the cloth. Because I'm a healer. Eh? Eh? Nice little shoes there. But let's put our proper glamour plate back on. Boop. I do have a glamour plate to put the mask back on if I want to go that route. Praise be to Mindy. Please deliver the... Funny thing is, I thought these would be much further distances to go for these, but literally it's just, yeah. All three warehouses are 1, 2, and 3. They're all right here, so you don't have to go very far at all, which is appreciated, considering you have to move 3 of them. But it's very much, can you carry this box 5 feet, please? Especially the big box! We're gonna need some Warrior of Light strength for this one. Here you go. Yeah, can you just take that, please? Thank you. This is not the lad. The lad is brawny. Gogun's always been more of the tactical sort, which is why I had him as a scholar main for so long. Now, you will answer my questions. Otherwise, I have 4 guns to get them out of you. I have delivered the trumpets and the tubas. I think part of the horror of this whole effect is just how easily and quickly it can spread. Just the rapid chain reaction that can just doom an entire populace in a matter of minutes. And there it is. I'm circling the text box again. You know, I turn off cursor when I want to start using the cursor. Guy down on his luck, you know, hard times, gets a chance to turn around and has it just ripped out from under him. Like, for good reason, but still. Business-wise, anyway. And we know what causes the change, or at least we have an idea. Despair. Now we must go beyond it. To advanced despair. Of course, the whole despair situation is being hindered a little bit by me going, ooh, vantage point. Ooh, vista. Ooh, piece of candy.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
We figured out who it was, why he changed, and why that's a problem.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
Considering we have all the answers, sure.
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
It's like the Freakazoid transformation, except terrible. Freak out!
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen. But there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not.
That kind of, trying to remember my exact thoughts at this point.
That single variable makes all the difference.
Maybe wonder if it's a situation of, you know, whatever's affecting it, is affecting your ether, and, you know, since the ancients are more etherically dense, that's, you know, keeps them from being affected.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me.
I had to carry a tuba. It was odd.
We have it on good authority that Karl Zahl's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast.
Something that comes up with a lot of this situation that I think, you know, is maybe me or maybe other people probably similarly overthinking it is, how are the people, like, outside of Eorzea handling this? Like, is the, you know, stagnant Aetherid spot just, like, the biggest one just over here? Or were were towers and now these situations cropping up, you know, in the New World and Mericidia? And they're just...
lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Like, it's the home of the blue mages suddenly having to deal with people turning into monsters randomly. Beyond that, maybe that being a natural blue mage occurrence. I don't know how blue mages act over there.
Look! It's the Satrap! The Satrap!
Thank the heavens.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe.
Good, yes. Let's instill them with hope, please.
While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? my grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
It's okay. We got people going, including a cool dragon. Things will be fine.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have all to share.
Your Excellency.
Oh no.
I bring grave news.
We don't need grave news right now.
You are?
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
Hi again. Still. Hey.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palakistan, fearing for the safety of a friend.
Yeah-oh.
But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! God have mercy!
You're not helping!
Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb.
We have a cool dragon. It'll be fine.
What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, stick their fangs into him. The fangs. Oh, the screams.
Get away from her, now!
And that's what's so frightening about this. It's so easily for just things just...
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Yeah. Just how quickly this can just... One person freaking out can cause this chain reaction.
As fast as you can.
And the heavy point is the fact that, you know... They're gone. They don't return to live stream. They don't get to, you know, rejoin the cycle in a new life. They are gone. I have barriers. I have lasers.
Our people, you must save them.
I'm a healer and a caster. Let me do something here. Yes, those. I have those.
My soul.
Enough. You must run. For their sake and your own.
Guess the question is, like, where is the tipping point? Because
Will survive. You must.
it's not like everyone is turning instantly. There's some degree of threshold. I think I just keep generally vague because it's not necessary. But that means that, you know, calming them down. Hold on. There we go. A bot. Cool. That said, for all this anguish, I really like this scene for what's about to happen. You know, beyond us just ruining that giant thing like it was nothing. It's this.
Be strong, my friends.
They need a voice of reason. They need someone to...
For we will defeat these abominations.
Someone to rally around, to give them hope. Who better than someone who's helped, you know, gather together an entire city of people.
Women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground.
He's dealt with Sin Eaters. This is like perfectly in character for him.
Stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Taking control as only the Crystal Exarch could.
Leave the city to us and make for Palaka's stand at once. Matsya, show my friends to the village. I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest.
Right. Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
You got it, Graha. But yeah, I like that point because that is perfectly in character to Graha and calls back to his Crystal Exarch times. If there's anyone out of the group that'd be good for calming everyone down, bringing order in a state of chaos, it's Graha. It's so perfectly fitting, and I really appreciate that. I can do that. And we're now actually in this other little area of the map that we could not get into because, you know, invisible barriers forever. And of course, he's using the exact same moves from when we fought him as the boss of the dungeon earlier. Which is always a nice touch. Though it does mean we've apparently gotten strong enough over the course of a few, you know, minutes to be able to solo one of these things. Oh, jeez. I did not realize that. Did anyone else... Did you guys see that death cry? He said grandma. I did not realize that the first time through. That was that old lady's son. Grandson. So she had a right to be worried. He was freaking out about her probably just as much as she was freaking out about him. I did not even realize that. I noticed that line there. I completely missed that the first time around. That was the grandson. Jeez Louise. Of course, I'm ruining the mood a little bit by switching over to the motorcycle here. That said, these may come in handy. If I remember correctly, yeah, there's one not too far away. Like, the next one is literally right over here. It's a small area, so, you know, obviously they're going to be pretty close together. Okay. We're here, we're here, we're here. Everything looks okay. Well, I mean, other than, you know, it's worrisomely empty. On it. Fortunately, we have 3 potential healers. I don't know if Matsuya has healing. No. Yeah, see, like, that line there, I totally thought we'd have to, like, fight one of them. Because, that, like, both those last two, you know, those two over there are dead. That one's lost a will to live. That sounds like, you know, transformation fodder. Same for that one over there. He's panicking. I gotta quickly go through the quest completed, start new quest music. Like, someone pointed out at various points during this thing, it'd be nice if that music that played for when you accept a quest and turn in a quest weren't there, because they kind of break the mood. And I can kind of understand that. Because some escapees we have to go save. And I already grabbed the air currents around that way, so we can go straight there. Well, almost straight there. East? Oh wait, I think I know where this one is. It's right up there. That is. Good to grab these now, because when I do my cleanup of the side quests afterward, that should give us everything we need for flying here. And actually picking up flying while doing the side quests makes doing the side quests a lot easier. I will definitely say that. My usual behavior is to grab the side quests as they pop up and get them done. Because seeing them on the map, like, messes with me. Like, no, like, there are quests that need to get done. They need to be done. I can't leave them unfinished like that. So, which is why even, you know, I could just be ignoring them to continue on and just leaving them sitting there. But I kind of just... Instead, I've been doing them off screen just to get them out of the way so they don't bother me later. Oh no. I can see something flapping from here. That does not look good. Oh, it's just the tail. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure everyone at this point thought that this was, you know, okay, there's the father. This has got to be wife and child. That we were too late. That said, we saw the child in town end up, you know, a very tiny critter, a weapon. I forget what the proper term for those is, but I remember them as weapons on the first. We're talking about a wife and an infant, so... But still... I'm a healer. Can I just... Like, I should be doing, like, healing magic right now, even if it doesn't mean anything. At least let me try. Plus side, Neither one of those were his wife and kid. They got away. I think it'd be dangerous to dry those tears, but with these claws on my gauntlets. Back the way we came. A little bit. But yeah, the whole idea of also clearing the side quests in the background. Technically, if I really want to be thorough, especially for areas I'd be returning to, I could have gone and done the fates, so I could, 6 fates, so I could, use any mount, but... I'm not gonna worry over much about it. Honestly, considering current situations, we have bigger problems to deal with. Go away, snake. Don't have time for this, snake. Thank you. Calm down, Matsuo. We'll find him.
No more enemies to trouble us here.
We dealt with all the sky jellyfish.
It's me. How fare you below?
Good news and bad news, Justinian.
Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Ras at Han. and many more have succumbed to the transformations.
That's the bad news.
Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital.
Now here's, like, I momentarily had a concern of, can the anguish that causes the transformations affect Vritra? But the dragons aren't from the star. They aren't sundered. So they're possibly immune, hopefully, because honestly, I would not blame Vritra for feeling pretty hopeless right now.
Incited in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there.
All these people that have loved him and trusted him, transforming and having to be killed. If he, could be affected by whatever's causing this, we'd be in bad trouble.
Solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation, as my companions tell it.
Ah, so I was the one explaining how it happens. That's why it's so quiet.
So it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflicts this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. Oh, capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
Will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Razat Khan is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
Support them.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man. These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust.
Do you really think so? Estinian's job is was originally fighting dragons. Using him as an example may be a bad idea, Vritra.
Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes, and the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals, yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Razat Khan hangs in the balance. We have company.
And I'm out of snacks.
has come, Vritra. It's all or nothing.
He said the line! Pointing dramatically. Gogon just looks like, calm yourself now. It's like not even trying to be reassuring, it's an order. Which would be fitting for his character, honestly. Calm him first, then explain why he needs to be calm. That's the plan. Trying to avoid being mounted too much and interrupting the music with Final Fantasy VII bike music. That, however, I think is slightly far enough that I'll mount up. Actually, how many of the currents do we have left here? 2, and I know where one of them is. Not now. Not now, Gator. Later, Gator. Later, Gator. Not now. No. No. Thank you. I'm wondering, vaguely, what secondary... Like, I'm already thinking, like, as for punching these things, and I've been playing Sage, I've been musing on what precisely could be the stats that we want, the secondary stats we'll want on Sage. Part of me actually wants to say spell speed, because your attacks, the potency doesn't change. Based off of, I don't know if it's going to be affected by, direct hit or determination or anything like that. So, spell speed, be able to cast more of them faster to be able to do more lasers, thus more healing to your target. may be the way to go. And then, like, crit and direct hit for, well, if you crit your attack, I think it crits your heal as well. So crit will obviously be important. I'm the sort where, like, I don't care about, like, super maximizing, but, like, things like knowing basically what secondary stats to potentially aim for, like, melding and stuff like that, doesn't seem like such a bad idea. I'm not gonna go, like, for best and slot and all that, and, like, pentamelding for crafted stuff, but I can do that much at least. It's a bunch to fight, huh? Well, good thing I have my fighting claws on. Oh, I meant to shield myself. But yeah, no, it looks like the crit may actually be independent of the attack itself. Looks like there, which makes me wonder if crit does affect it or not. Unless I did a crit shot and then, like, did an automatic melee hit that threw off my numbers. No, there you go. Like, there's a crit, but non-crit there. The two are independent. I still feel like crit might affect both, though. The likelihood of... they're just calculated independently rather than a crit attack causing a crit heal. Not now, monkey. Ain't got time for this, monkey.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mervyn?
Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
There we go.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
Or is it Han?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things.
Hey, hey!
And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
Yeah, no, she sounds very close to it. I'm actually surprised she isn't, like, smoking up already. Or whatever the proper term for it is.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your minds to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested. Always and ever.
I feel like if, I've seen a couple people mistake, and even I, the first time I heard this was like, well, is she being, like, possessed by something? Or, you know, is she actually a religious figure? But it's pretty obvious pretty quickly that she's quoting from, you know, their scripture. And maybe like a quotation mark at the start that would have definitely helped kind of get the idea that she's quoting something.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Faith can be a very powerful thing in many different ways.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are.
Good job, Batsya. Good job.
My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
Dramatic lightning flash.
was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I don't know if I've mentioned this. I feel like I have, but I've always had a feeling of karmic equilibrium, where in this kind of thing is that there's good, as much good as bad, and there's always, it balances out in the end. So if you're having a bad time now, things will get better. So that can give you kind of hope for things, yet to come. Or, if you're in a really good time, the knowledge that, something will come to balance it out keeps you humble, keeps you from, succumbing to hubris. So it's like a fun little mental theory I have. I have no proof for it. There's probably no way to prove it. But it's just kind of a philosophy of mine. Trying to help deal with, the good times and the bad.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Echo, echo, echo. Oh, sorry.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mervyn.
Oh no. Tongue beast, no!
That beast was chasing someone.
Oh, that's a bit of a ways. We gotta get there fast. There's a mouth beast in the way. That said, we are very close to the two last Aether Currents, so I'm going to break the tension a little bit to grab some green glowies. The last two, so we don't have to worry about those anymore. Just need to avoid all these Tiggers. I never use that font. I usually stick to Times New Roman or Arial. Alright. That should be all the Aether Currents for this area. Yep. All the ones are just side quest ones that we can grab off screen. Looked over there, now we're looking over here. Just makes sense.
That's her. No, I'm sure of it. Niven!
She's kind of busy right now. Get back! Oh, right in the lip. He's mostly lip, though, so it's not too surprising. Jumped right into the AoE there, I'll say. Uh-oh. It's just a little airborne. They're still good. They're still good.
God have mercy!
They're just a little wet. They're still good. They're still good. I make the joke, but I actually said that the first time too, like, hoping they were both okay. Like, okay, we grab them, resuscitate them, they're fine. Next thought, of course, was, oh god, the baby! Getting you out of here, baby. We're getting you out of here. Can I use my funnels as, like, jet boosters to get up faster, please? Just got a nice rocket boost going. I could really use that right now. I'm going wide because I've ran straight this way before, and those monkeys will aggro onto you, and they can't read the mood. Monkeys will not read the mood. I mean, I'm a healer too. Can we act like I'm not? Can we not act like I'm that Alphino's the only one that can be attending to this thing? To this thing being the problem? Not referring to the infant as a thing. We know it's a little girl. It's a baby girl.
She's so cold, Alphino.
Let me help.
The child is alert and I see no wounds, and yet she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Matsia, take the child.
She's so small.
God damn it. It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Matsia, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsia. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
We believe in you, Matsia. I will say.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsia. Go! Quickly!
I never thought I'd care this much for, you know, a random fisherman NPC that we bumped into on our first visit to Thavnir.
Steady. You know the way.
Poor, timid, unconfident Matsuya.
No. No. Not you too. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path.
Death lurks in the dark. No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged. Every agony.
By God, it's a Stydian from the top rope! He's got a steel chair! And a dragon. Steel chair and a dragon.
The divinity.
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
It was a real slobber knocker.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Proof that even babies think dragons are rad.
Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
The baby's like, that's cool.
Strong little one, let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
It's a laser light show over there with all those funnels.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsuya. What, like divine aid?
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
It was a Stydian from the top rope. I shouted it earlier.
Stydian, it was you who came to Matsuya's aid.
I'm assuming the question is like, okay, we're over here fighting. How did we see that? But you know, was that Stardive or whatever? It's not a very small effect. I'm more surprised they missed it if we didn't.
For the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahewan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband, at least. Will you help me?
That's a small comfort, if any, that neither of them actually changed, so their souls didn't evaporate upon death. Mountain tea. Let's be lazy. Nice thing to keep him, for those who may not know, have not done the side quests, because I have done them on other character. There's a whole side quest chain involved finding someone to watch over the baby, and they do find 2 people, very nice people, to help take care of her, so no need to worry about that. So the baby will be fine. And we'll have someone to watch over her while she grows up. So there's some small light in that. So that kind of helps helps lighten this moment a little bit. So the baby will be okay. Even if we don't see it in the main story quest. Yep, time to kind of start spreading the truth a little bit, because Fafnir needs a strong leader right now. And belief in a strong leader. Hope is kind of paramount right now. Well, there's a familiar face. Nidana, hi. At least she's okay. Oh. Madonna's pretty sharp. Well, I mean, technically, he is the associate. From the bottom of my heart, lightning crash. A lot has happened, Adana. I did warn you, it was a lot. Okay, some sort of special medicine. No, it's just a feel-good drink, like hot cocoa during the winter. Man, I want to have a nice mug of hot cocoa. Maybe I'll have some tonight after our stream. It is definitely the weather for that time of year. One nice drink? Things will be okay. Calm down first. Rational thought. There you go. Up Tala, the opposite of down Tala. Oh. I see you up here. There you go. This is for you. And that opens up all the quests here. I'll probably knock both of these out later. But, yeah. I think this one is one of these two of the either current quests is a chain that involves figuring out who takes care of the baby. There we go. Proper burial for those two. Yep, he's gonna provide fish. One of the two that's gonna take care of her, according to from the side quests, is a doctor, if I remember correctly. It's like an alchemist, like a skilled alchemist. And the other is a former wet nurse. So she's covered. Don't have to worry. So don't worry about her. Everything will be fine. Can I have a nice cup of chai before I go? No? Okay. Quick little detour to grab this bit of map. Because I can. There we go. And back to the plot at hand. We're slightly ahead of the level curve, which is good. Not nearly as bad as ahead of the curve as I was in my regular playthrough because I wasn't spreading the side quests over a second job. So I believe I was actually around 88 at this point. I was really high level. It was around this point that I started going, oh hey, maybe I should start turning these quests in on another character. Or on another job. And started working on Paladin. For some reason I thought it was the crossover was closer, otherwise I would have just either ran or used a mount. Oops. Oopsie poopsie. There we go. I eventually will need to go back and see if any of those older dungeons have some good models, because I do love rifle bits. But, couldn't hurt to see what other options are out there. I may have an inkling. An inkling of a thinkling. Unfortunately, we still cannot use the ether right here. Continuing the whole Yulmore trend. So rather than worry about that, let's go up here and talk to this here boy. Hello, boy! Boy! It's safe now, boy! I don't know why I'm saying boy like that, but you know. There you go. He is perfectly fine. Do not ask me how I know that. Hello. Do you really think I'm one of those things? None of them are nearly this fashionable. Also, the beasts are gone. Have fun with that. See how well that works out for you. Go ahead. Challenge Vitra. Hey, Graha. How'd it go? Not your place, but you were still the most skilled one to do it. At the time. Again, still I really like that scene because Graha was the perfect person to step up at that point. It completely makes sense given his role before in the past. I really appreciate it. One of my favorite scenes.
Look, someone's coming.
People of Razathan, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
Still making use of that that simulacrum. Notice he doesn't mention at all that, like, hey, no, I'm actually a body double. But that might be a little bit too much for them right now, so I can completely understand that.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Soften the blow a little bit. By the way, I'm an artificial body for this, for what's showing up. It may be a bit too much for right now.
Many thanks.
A dragon.
Gotta make an entrance. Once again, children proving dragons are neat.
People of Radzathan, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. 'Tis as the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
That was half right. Just drop the ally part.
Let us hope they accept him.
Well, dragons are rad. It's at hand.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Conspiracy theories abound!
Vashon, I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Fafnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahewan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radzathan to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, has she glittered with every color imaginable.
Not wrong, even in this pan, you can see like 10 different colors.
To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity has stolen too much from you already, yet so long as you live, the light of Radzathan will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it. Over you. And lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together. So too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
That is fair. Their whole, culture is about, beast gods and human gods coming to an understanding. So if any place was going to be, really good at that, it's going to be Radzathan. One man clapping.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Azale's face.
Indeed.
Hey, what are you guys doing here? We just solved things over here.
Excuse me, but I must speak with the Satrap at once.
Funny you mentioned that.
Father.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have.
Yeah, Vitra already did a much cooler speech than you are trying to do now, Forchi.
On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radzat-Han, might be saved. I say again, I must speak with your Satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
Look slightly to your left.
I am Satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
Still amuses me that he's more...
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days.
I still think it's funny that he's more surprised by the dragon being a satrap, which is surprising, to be fair, than us somehow magically having Urianger on the moon. Already.
'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Escape this star? What madness is this?
How? Where will we go?
'Tis by no means madness.
It's lunacy. See, because Luna, it involves the moon, you see. Ha 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 ha.
Coming of the seventh umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag.
What if the other moon was the same, but older?
But what of the Silver Moon?
This planet is not actually allowed to have normal moons at all. That's illegal.
This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction.
Rather than a moon of death, it is a moon of life.
And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save. Including you, our dear friends of Radzat-Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Long has thy forum been allies to Thavner. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
I love Bastion. That's also a good game.
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people, to answer any and all of your questions. to offer my assurances and allay your fears.
I am here to be the moon's hype man.
Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decisions swiftly.
We do have an apocalypse kind of coming down on us.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase.
On sale for $5.99. Wait.
Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
I shall return one non.
Master Vitra, we believe in you.
Dragons are rad! Uh-oh. Last time an elephant came running at us, it was a big problem.
What a relief.
We have more problems now? Last time we had one. We had Matsuya running at us. It was with bad news.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palaka's stand?
Again.
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine.
Oh. Science talk. I'm all for that.
All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do?
That is true. If there's no ether left, that's kind of the lifeblood of everything, so... How could it move? How could it exist without ether?
Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high. An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Which would fit, considering its intense emotions that caused the transformation to begin with.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained.
Such vitality. Is this the power of the crystals?
Ah, do you still have that flower?
Yeah, I got it right here. Oh. Oh. I no longer have that flower.
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive.
We're under attack by dark energy.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors. and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet. And we will meet again.
Fortunately, he's very long-winded and troubling to talk to, so I can't step away right now. Time for some delicious eats. Some, huh? I'm worried. Gonna have to hurry this up. All I've got are eggs. For these trying times. And there we go. We finally have access to this aetheryte. Gimme, 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 gimme. And now to where the last aetheryte is for us to have every aetheryte here in Radzat-Han. Just as planned. Please don't attack the aetheryte shard. I need that. Thank you. And the big music kicks in. Yes, that's me. I do like that line of all around good egg. It's I, the good egg. Speaking of eggs. Ranged physical. Healer. Physical melee. Tank. And caster. Halfway through the expansion, we finally get access to our role quests. So we saw a couple figures get draped in that blasphemy shadow. One in Alamigo and the other in Ishgard. So we do know there's potentially 2 more out there. Once again, Corvus gets mained. We should we should call these things something. Yeah, fine, let's go with that. Would you like to go to 5 different countries and figure out how to deal with the blasphemy there? All you need is a roll at level 85 for each. Each one will tell you what role they need. Not like I just listed them all off earlier. It's not that hard. I have a magical sense of direction. It's like a marker pops up that tells me where to go. As mentioned, caster, range, physical ranged, melee, tank, and of course healer. Perhaps the very figure that we saw at the very beginning, before everything started going south, after our talk with Estinian. And he jumped out the window. The Oldanians just kind of put out a charge, like, hey, you come into our lands, you have to pay us first, and blasphemies don't carry money, so they just stayed out. Just grabbing that for now. Maybe wait a couple levels, that way I can do them in a big solid chunk, is the plan for me. Probably on stream, because I feel like it's a good one to show, if folks haven't seen that one yet. Yeah, no, after all that talk of chai, I would like that. I like that, someone mentioned, like, another stream I watched, someone mentioned, was amused by the fact of water, just water, because, we've had the one time we got poisoned, and then the second time when we checked our drink, when we were with Harchafon. So, again, just being like, you know what, if you're still like lingering on that, but no, after handing around some nice chai, I think we're due for some. And what's nice is what drink you get to show in the cutscene here changes based off your option there. It's a nice little, you know, minor change. Small, but worth it. We're being called off on more missions.
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true, as it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
I'm glad we're starting this off real cheery. There it is. Give me that.
Here's your order, friend.
If you get,
you find comfort in these dark times.
Yeah, if you went for spirits, you get the glass that Graha has there, the cup. And I think water is just a it's like a flagon, like just a wooden cup. So it looks like we have 3 chais and a spirits. So Graha's the only one getting crunk tonight.
Where do we go from here?
Deal with the blasphemies in the other nations, maybe? We just got those quests.
One thing we've learned. Fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing. We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control. Is there something. Anything we've overlooked.
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days.
But she's not answering our calls.
Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate. Even the flower she gave us is no more.
It may be plot important.
So advised the Watcher. What could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
It stands for the Pies.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
I mean, were you looking for flowers? I think you had more important things.
But quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure your search queries were not based on, hey, got any neat flowers in the past?
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
What if we had one playing limbo? Or in limbo? Playing in limbo.
Lidibus.
Yeah, my thought was, oh yeah, we do still have one!
I sealed him in the White Horus site of the Crystal Tower back on the 1st.
We have one Ashen left we have on ice.
Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea. Naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there.
Let us open the icebox and see if he's still there.
We can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
True.
Thank you, my friend. That would mean much to me.
If nothing else, should we learn the First is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah, because we don't know if this stuff is happening on the First too. They could be having to deal with blasphemies over there. And not knowing what's causing the change.
That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least. Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Yeah. Returning to the moon is still the backup plan. We're still trying to actually solve the problem instead of running away from it.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can.
Do what we can when we can.
I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the ethereal sea.
Call or collect from the bottom of the antitower. Or is it the top? It's always hard to tell directions with the antitower. We do go down the up staircase.
The nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Let me know how the blasphemies are like over there.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
Except the ones tied to the role quests. I can only do the melee one.
Unease, terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to Harrius time and time again.
I mean, they're normal emotions to have.
But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation. Yes, so much left for you to see.
So much to do, so much to see. What's wrong with taking the back streets?
And end begins.
You never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. I mean, I could use some gear upgrades, but I'm not going to grind the last dungeon for them. Oh, higher. So you just carry that around with you, Graha? I'm just carrying around my old soul box. You know, as a memento. Also, this never stops amusing me. Teleporting to another dimension. 750. Teleporting to the moon. Or to Charlian. Teleporting to Charlian is more expensive than teleporting to another dimension. Moon, you can make some arguments. The moon is a bit of a distance away, but same planet. Same planet costs more money than teleporting to a completely different dimension. Weird, that. We're here now, though. Hi, Lena. Lina? I'm calling you Lena. Because I remember if you ever heard her name said with voice acting. That he is. Doing my best. He does tend to overdo it. Seems pretty quiet here, yeah, not a lot of panic. No more final days lights or people turning into blasphemies. Girl in the back. I agree! Uh-oh. Reen has links to Highlands, so... Could be a sign that things could happen over here. Head forth to the cabinet. These are mostly a sign of this is what we're going to be looking back and forth and then choosing from options. Because every single time you have one of those, you get that message. You can't queue when you're in first person answering multiple choice questions. It's not allowed. It's New Motoya. Numo plus Motoya. New Motoya. Also known as Big Lug. Hello. I've always referred to him as New Motoya, just because it amuses me, because Numo plus Motoya. I wouldn't describe it as opportune, Morin. I mean, we were essential to it, so that makes sense. I wonder if some of that will end up relevant for, I know Y'shtola, at the end of Shadowbringers, had a goal of figuring out how to travel across the reflections freely. So we're not the only one who can, you know, come to the first. You miss many a formidable foe. This last one, like, I thought maybe give you an extra list, but apparently all it does is give you a vague answer. You don't actually say any. It's an answer, and it just doesn't specify. But, you know, if we're just going by like gear level, and just, you know, how far along in it was, and just kind of the weight that he's had all the way through and since, it's got to be Hades, right? I mean, if you use the right magics, they could. I've been to Charlian. Well, that's two people who are like, hey, Graha, calm down. I'm almost expecting a hornbill just be like sitting somewhere in the background. And I'm just not seeing it. Just continuing the meme. Children's! Yeah, it's okay. I got the healer roll covered, but thank you. Well, you just missed him. Okay. Mage and healer. Yeah, like you just missed him. He just left. Didn't you see him? Well, we don't need a ranged DPS. We want to. I think we're gonna want a tank for this trio. And considering how broken it is right now, especially if her medicines are leaving things to be questioned, axe. And you'd be like Ardbert. That is very true. There you go. For the lad, I chose Sword and Shield because the idea of protecting is more along his lines. Gogon would be very much for the proactive attempt of defense of eliminating the target. Sure. Where's that hornbill? Is there a hornbill? Hornbill. I know you're hiding around somewhere. You gotta be. Actually, I don't know if he is. Oh, no. Cold and cruel and heartless! The lad appeased her appropriately, but, aren't you kind of... aren't you new to Tanya? Gogon as a twisted old tree sounds about right. A little bit, yeah. So, yeah. Can expect help from the Fey folk. Even, you know. I'm sure they could help, but, you know, they aren't going to. That's not their way. I'll pass on that, thank you. We're literally trying to figure out an option that isn't escape. Well, we'll see eventually. kind of surprised Gaia doesn't come along, because Reen and Gaia have been, like, at the hip for a while. I mean, again, well is not the best way to describe things right now. Oh. And earlier I was saying that she's kind of attuned to Hydaelyn, so... Hydaelyn's been busy. Behind the scenes. That's not a good thing, no. Yeah. She's been seeing those images too. Must be something involving a specific connection with Hydaelyn. As you'd figure, because a lot of people here were, I guess, had their echo awakened during the Star Shower illusion. So if it was just you need to have the echo to see it, people would have said something. Doesn't seem to be affecting the first, though. At least not yet. To be fair, I guess if there's one place that's, swelling with hope and positive thoughts for the future and, lacking in despair, it's going to be the first after, we brought the night back. They're well armored against it. Well, I hope it doesn't come to that. We'll figure it out. We just gotta go, see if, the Crystal Tower's still haunted with Elidibus. To the Dussel Gate. Hello. It's a very spiky spear you got there, buddy. It's an extended mace, more like. man. Seems like it doesn't feel that long ago that we'd keep meeting up here to deal with the issues on the first. Tough times, but good times. Good story. And now it's this little side room. Time to Google us up in Elidibus.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business.
Grubhub order. I could use some Chinese. Also, Elidibus in there?
Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity.
What about the Chinese? I could go for some combination fried rice real bad right now.
Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
It's the boy. The boy's been deployed.
My friends. No more than a dream. You.
Me.
Why have you awakened me?
I have questions.
I no longer sense those places beyond. Or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all.
A lot has gone down, Elidibus. I don't know why I switched into this deeper voice, but it amuses me. Maybe this is the voice of Gogon. He talks like this.
So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star.
To recycle and be reborn anew, yes. Poetic, is it not?
The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear.
Yep. That was kind of a thing I expected to have happen. I think I mentioned this way back. Actually, not even way back. Last stream, actually. Because the whole idea of I thought we'd be fighting Zodiac at the very end, and then the following patches, or probably even the next expansion, would be involving dealing with the end of days, the final days happening with, you know, all the seals and stuff removed, put into place by Zodiac and or Heidelin. But instead, you know, it's all in this one expansion, which makes sense. You know, just the base expansion. Still a bit surprised I didn't think that, hey, maybe that's how they would handle it in one expansion instead of splitting it up over far. But I'm still a bit glad I thought of it.
If this is Van Daniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill.
He's being a bit of a prat. I guess I better do my job about it.
Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
Glad you're being helpful about this, Elidibus. You don't have to, like, fight you or do some challenge.
I do this not for you. I merely perform my duty, as I have ever done. Where to begin? Ah, the end.
How fitting.
Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own.
Okay, so we're about on the same page. But we must go further.
The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes. A conclusion drawn by him. Van Daniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him. Long, long ago.
We used to call him Fanny Danny. He hated it, but we loved it.
Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure.
Zodiac.
Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation. So consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place.
I've been to the Pies. It is beautiful.
A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief.
Ah. All the lines converge to a single point. The Pies.
He was Hermes.
Hades and Hermes. So what was your name? Or even, La Habreas. Is one of you Zeus? Were you Zeus?
That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction.
It was deemed unimportant and took up file space.
Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived.
Thoughts, feelings.
I saw you there. In Elpis.
How about the what?
No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart.
This whole little thing kind of gives ideas for something later. I think most people have come to the conclusion of.
My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course.
Star Road.
You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief.
I mean, we're in a place that can do that.
In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower.
Wow, you picked it up fast, huh?
Which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy.
Allowing us to do what Graha did.
As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed.
That is true. It's much further away than how far back Graha went.
Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you.
So you won't even be able to affect anything there.
Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change.
I mean, couldn't we cause a new timeline, like with Graha?
For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come.
I mean, again, if it's a split timeline, then we can learn what needs to be done to fix it, then come back to this timeline, and we've basically had a timeline where, you know, Emmett and everyone can be happy and they get to avert the cataclysm. And we have our own timeline.
In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey? Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority.
Also, your Chinese food is ready.
First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
Make sure to pick up your combination fried rice before you go. Computer, do the thing. Over. Man.
Preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular.
Man, that was a good combination fried rice. I'm so full of rice.
All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence,
Allowing you to join with your friends in the end.
Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act?
Did you think I was embellishing, being dramatic?
Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go and do not look back.
I'm totally not crying. I'm also not finishing off that bit of rice you didn't. I'm not eating the shrimp.
Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us.
That's a different game series.
May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
You know, it's amazing how like perfectly spaced this all is. If I was just doing my 4 or 5 hour stream part, I could be wrapping up here, and that means the next stream would be this next part. And I could potentially try to get this all done in that stream. It's very interesting. You can basically do each section of the game in like 5-6 hour chunks. If you're not stopping to do all the side quests and such. It's rather well spaced out for streaming it, I gotta say. I can see through my claws. Here we are. Hey, an aetherite. Sorry, an aetherite-like device. It's different. Yep, as he said, they cannot see or hear us. We will not be able to affect anything here in the past. We can see, we can move around, but we cannot touch. Am I forgetting where one of the spots is? I skipped one. Hold on. Oh, there we go. This one over here. Yep. Considering how intangible we are, I'm surprised we are sticking to the ground. Not just floating everywhere like a ghost! Can I just walk through it? No? Maybe? But yeah, like, I totally could have, like, stopped here and it's like, oh, next time we get to see what the past is like. But we're doing our extra long stream, XL, so... we continue on.
And here we are, Elpis.
Welcome to the pies.
How rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
A familiar stranger.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
I can. Even if I hadn't done this already, I recognize that voice.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
It's our boy. I recognize that mask. I recognize that voice. I recognize those droopy eyes. Hey, Hades. What? Just greeting you. How you doing?
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
I will say, playing this was not who I was expecting to run into. Actually, this whole area I was not expecting at all. But of course, everything was off the rails once Zodiac got beaten on the moon. Dealing with the final days made sense. I had never would have crossed my mind that going back in time to try to figure out how to solve it would be part of this.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
But like, this is the zone that I think there's like the biggest. If there was ever a thing that would be a spoiler, because everything else kind of you kind of knew. We knew we were going to go to Garlemald. We knew we were going to go to the moon. We saw that the end of days stuff was going to happen at some point. This was kept very much under wraps, and a lot of people have purposely kept quiet on it for obvious reasons. It's been that one spot we don't talk about.
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's the taste of a liar.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's.
No one should be able to see or hear you. Emmett and Friend are like, oh hey, what's that little thing over there?
Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image.
I have no idea what it is, but it's trouble. I want nothing to do with it.
So let's leave it be. Come now.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words.
Literally too intangible. That feels like me sometimes. I just feel too intangible to form words. It's a mood.
Give it some ether. Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Emmett Selk. Master of Magic.
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded.
A friend that's easily shamed into helping.
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
What if I don't want to? I want to see what happens.
You may open your eyes.
Ta-da! I exist now. At slightly more reasonable scales.
Still a touch small, don't you think?
This is a line that's this part is specifically for Lalafell. I love it.
The size befits its proportions. Besides, bigger is not necessarily better.
I agree with that. I actually love having Tiny Tank That's why my lad was primarily paladin before samurai drop, because having a little dude tanking the hugest things in the world was really funny to me.
I will defer to your experience. Without further ado then. Greetings. I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect.
Our new old friend! It's Hith!
Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend? A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words.
Well, I mean, if you had to go with the wah, wah, wee, wah, wah, wee, wah, wah, for this entire section, I think it would, you know, it would grate a little bit.
So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here.
About that.
You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then.
Okay.
What brings you here?
I forget which one I picked for the lad. You know, Elpis is an important place, but we know that Hermes apparently knew the most about, you know, dealt with the countermeasures, which means he might understand the situation the most. But the flower pointed us to Elpis. Oh, lights went out.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
Azim was too busy off fighting crime.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend.
I wonder if it matches like the crystal. Like, is Azim's soul kind of a reddish orange? Orangish red?
And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Neat.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
This thing has a name, Emmett Selk.
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here.
Not wrong.
Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
The floating continents that we got to see in that one piece of art during the life letters. The ones I thought was going to be Mysidia, to keep with the Final Fantasy IV theming. It's that dog!
This presence.
Merry Christmas, I brought presents. Also axolotls! There's a whole lot of axles.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
As always.
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
I mean, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. Again. In all seriousness, this area actually had a lot of thought come out of me as we continue through it. And as I've been doing so far, I'll kind of mention my thoughts I had at the time. And try to avoid speaking of whether they were accurate or not. Kind of, continuing business as usual. Along with other tidbits here and there that, popped up that I didn't think of before. Maybe I'll see other things that I missed. Okay, yeah, just a general lesson in creation magic. He's at the hub. What do you mean I stand out? What do you mean? This would be funny if I was still wearing my hat. With the vibes like, what are you talking about? I stand out. We were tasked to do this very same thing in Amarat. Emmett? No, not again. I wish these two would shut up. This has some very nice music. I got like a very chill atmosphere. I really enjoy it. Which ones? Petalodai. Oh, gotta weaken it before we can use our net. So there are these. Well, first we gotta go for the one that looks the prettiest. Oh, I thought I had escaped that. It's fine, though. First time I was here, I accidentally killed it. The first one. Fiery red or cool blue? Let's go with cool blue. There we go. Here you go. 2 butterflies. Magic! Am I wearing butter? I mean, how many do you see around that's a third the size of everyone else? Gotta love that, you know, Asm's so, you know, wild and forever free that, it's like, oh yeah, no, he's Asm's, yeah, no, that's fine, that's about par for the course. How convenient! And we get the outfit that there was a Twitter post within a couple days after the early access where people were like, hey, if you're wearing this stuff, like, don't wear this stuff. Around everywhere else. Because, you know, yes, we've dealt with, you know, the Amaratine before, but the fact that we get their outfit means that they're heavily involved again. And for some people, that might be spoilers enough. You actually are not required to glamour into this, by the by. And people will go ahead and just act as normal, even if you're not wearing it. But for the sake of the stream, and Gogon looking rather fabulous in it, we're gonna do it. Of course, we'll glamour back once we return afterwards, or if we leave. But if things are going apace, hopefully we'll be finished up here by the end of this stream, and then just change back to our usual outfit and be ready for whatever comes next. I say whatever like I don't know what comes next, but you know. Also, this just looks really funny to me. Ha-ha! Also, this is another reason why I switched off of the hat to the glasses, because I feel like the hat and this would look a bit goofy, would look even more awkward. At least everything else kind of fits nicely. Can you help us? The school teacher answer. Can I go to the bathroom? Can you? You know, I wonder if at some point we'll actually get to see what, like each... So we know what Hades' mask looks like. I forget if we ever got to see what, and we've seen what Elidibus's looks right, because his is obviously different. I wonder, considering that it's no small hint that La Habrea maybe is involved with the raids, we'll see what his mask looks like. Which leads me to wonder what Azim's looks like. Because it seems like this is the generic mask for most people, but everyone on Convocation seems to have their own special masks to make them stand out. Makes you wonder what Azim's looks like. It probably looks like a Mardi Gras mask, considering how apparently wild and crazy they are. And this is Hermes that becomes Fandaniel. We're going to see him before he's become... This is before he is become Fandaniel. Because as I said, this is before he was Fandaniel. He was Hermes. He was the person running this facility. So he's going to be wearing a generic mask. I want to go on a scavenger hunt. Hey, I put on the robe rather than wearing my fabulous outfit. You can calm down. Also, tiny flying Pegasus. Regular Pegasus. Or I guess Monosaurus is the proper term for the... Monosaurus is the proper term for those things here. He's over there, so first things first, I'm just going to grab this before I forget. There we go. For game mechanic reasons, we have to be able to come back here. Axolotls! Hello. They really do. Look at them. Hello, Hermes. Hello, Hermes. Gotta have blue hair.
Huh. You are...
Here on a mission.
Oh.
Don't fall off the steps.
Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be...
You okay?
Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Get out of my head, Charles!
Hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts.
Get out of my head, Charles!
May we please be friends?
Gotta wear my Juggernaut hat.
May we please be friends?
Ah, I see you found him.
She's a happy little bluebird, ain't she?
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
Emmett does not look like he longs for anything, honestly.
You were of the convocation.
Emmett Selk, at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
Or do I have to go looking around wildly again because Hith doesn't want to use, you know, his ability to identify people by their color of their soul? Does that sound quite as smarmy when I'm tripping over my words?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend?
Emmett's just expression is like, no, you actually haven't.
But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to...
Bluebird's all wiggly. You alright?
Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment.
So, one of the big things is we're seeing here is, like, apparently it was implied by Elidibus that the Hermes he knew is not like, you know, Fandaniel, you know, the way he acts now. And so the idea came into my head of, like, what twisted him? And so we're getting introduced to this character. She's being made seem very important, try to endear her to us. You know, she's kind of a very good presentation, bring her, she's rather forefront. And that just brought to mind, oh, geez, something bad is going to happen to her, and that's going to twist Fandaniel into the, you know, he's going to be sorrowful, he's going to be upset. Something is going to happen to her that's going to change him. The fact that her ethers...
I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
Her aether being thin makes it sound like she's very fragile, so something could cause her to break and perish. And that would just be, you know, something that...
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing.
And Hermes, you know, would take very badly.
But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work.
I misunderstood this sentence. I was implying that Hythlodaeus himself is a authority on flying life forms, it's more the case that you find out like side stuff and things like that. That Hermes, obviously being Hermes in Greek mythology, flying shoes, the one who he flies around. So the authority on flying life forms is Hermes, not Hythlodaeus.
I shall look forward to your submission.
I just missed that in the first go-through.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters.
I'm officially grumpy.
By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
How are those axolotls coming? I want 20 of them.
I have an inkling, yes.
Splatoon?
Let's way to the main building yonder.
I have an inkling, yes. Let's go play Splatoon. Woo me.
I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amistoma is missing.
It's axolotl.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
How did it get into a tree?
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
I forgot Emily asked the next question. How?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however. Excuse me.
Maybe they can glide like Knuckles. A Knuxolotl.
I'll help too.
Come on, Amit, do you hate that wordplay that bad?
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up?
And look for clues, gang? Jinkies?
If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Okay, so you're Fred and Daphne, got it. I'm Velma, and over there is Shaggy and Scooby. So me saying Jinkies was very appropriate. It's the bird of the pie. Did I miss where I'm supposed to? Am I slightly off? Oh, over there. Sorry. Yep. Well. How's it hanging, Hermes? Flop. Unfortunately, despite being an authority on flying creatures, he himself cannot fly. Somewhat reminiscent of a new creation. I wonder if that's implying anything. It's fine. Now, I might change my necklace, because the coloration seems to clash with everything else. Fashion, of course, is very important, as you know. Right, Hermes? That might work. Oh, there we go. That's what we want. Much better. What do you think? Better? Worse? You can be honest. Fine, keep your secrets. By the way, the Amartine's still about motorcycles. Alright, I'm going to step away for just a second. I need to use the restroom real quick. In the meantime... enjoy Gogon. His nice outfit hanging out with the axolotls. There we go. Stylish, no? I am back. I'm just going to do a little bit of self-indulgence for a second there. There we go. No context. Added to the quote list. Probably should have done it around the time of the scene, but I didn't want to pull away from the impact. And I'll probably do that next, like whenever I get a good break, and it just kept slipping my mind. There we go. He's so proud he went on an adventure. All right, later, dude. Gogon out. That air current is actually on the other side of this building, so I might as well grab it while I'm here. And then we'll, see what they's all about. I'll probably motorcycle back because it's faster. There you go, grab that while it's here. Boop! Also, this loop lets me come over here and grab the gemstone trader. There you go. Hello. Here.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways.
Finally.
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
I mean, fair, honestly. Can I sneak away and walk up the stairs and, like, listen in?
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
I beat you up once, Emmett. I can do it again. There are reasons I can't speak freely.
Let's hear them then. These reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I don't like the tone and way you said that, Emmett.
I do not object to his attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe he can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise.
I trust my Bluebird a lot.
The presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
Hey, I would have listened from the upstairs if you weren't just letting me in. You know that, right?
So, it's finally happened then.
We found out how low you could go. Doing the limbo.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally,
I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis, after all.
What about the Fandaniel before that? Is this like sort of a thing? Every former Fandaniel is an overseer of Elpis?
I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
Did you? Am I right? Huh?
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the convocation?
Do you not want to work with me?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis?
You don't soften the blow.
Mankind is the life of Aetheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance.
I think this is the first term for Aetheris, where they actually... Well, no, never mind. Aetheris, I think, gets mentioned on the moon. Never mind.
In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place. That all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness.
For some reason, I blanked on it. I'm like, wait, is this the first time they mention Aetheris? No, they mention it on the moon. The Loporrit's called Aetheris.
To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it.
They spend our life creating, making things better, and then return to the Earth to be, to replenish the planet, along with, after leaving their ideas behind. Interesting concept.
A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
It will be beautiful. Fandaniel Zodiac said something similar.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty.
You do your job and then you die.
Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom.
I wonder what sort of people would do that.
Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do.
He creates such interesting creatures. Like the pigeon rat.
It's just... I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all.
You're right over there.
Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteion outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
You know, further kind of emphasizing that he cares a lot about her, and something bad happening to her could twist her into the Vandaniel we know. Speaking of the little hiding place, I thought we might actually end up like sneaking in and listening. Up here, there's this fun little overhang that does not do anything. I could totally imagine us having to sneak up here, you know, just kneel and listen in from up here. She seemed to sense that he was very sad, and it made her sad. Hello. I mean, that's fair, honestly. It's a secret. Sure, why not? I feel like that's cheating, Meteion. If you're having someone else tell you something in your place, that's not you telling me something. Now you're wet. I totally see an eighth right over there that I could teleport to. And that one. I just need to attune to him. You're lying to me, Meteion. That doesn't count. Hi. Who are you calling a toy? So yeah, they create creatures here, test them, and let them out. Do you really, though? You had someone else talk for you. Must be nice and vague. From a galaxy far, far away. It does have answers, potentially, yes. When not being watched, that's not suspicious at all. You gonna take control of it? Make it do funny things? Are you... Tell me about the Spriggans. These are Spriggans. Not Oripodes? So yeah, when they talk about some of the critters of the world, these are included. And as the side quests involve, several of them involve various ones, like the Monosaurus, and the Fates too. Some of the Fates have, like, one of the most popular ones is, they just have a bunch of Ixions. You know, the Thunder Horse? Do I have Ixion on Gogon? I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't. But yeah, there's like a bunch of them. So you get to see a lot of the critters of the world. Including this one. Don't you look at me like that. We've already started infecting this alternate timeline. Read its mind, huh? I'm curious what it's thinking about. No thoughts, head empty. Yeah, just like before. Get out of my head, Charles! Reading emotions and projecting emotions also ends up as mind reading, apparently. So you have the Echo, effectively. That's fair, honestly. Oh, she's endearing. They're endearing her to us as, you know, pretty strongly, which makes me think, and made me think, even then, that, you know, something bad is going to happen to her, and that's going to upset Hermes. Us. With the lad, I went with crafting, making things physically, because that really is what he's good at. Gogon has always been kind of a tactician and information broker, so he's good at knowledge. But it's a secret. I can't tell you. That's information technology. Oh, that's cute. Hornbill, no. like those. Like she wasn't like upset or anything like that. It's like, oh, oh, you're a secret thing. I know what that is. I know about secrets. That would also be very Gogon. He's not very forthcoming with information, especially the people that either he doesn't know or haven't paid the proper price. He's an information broker, after all. He sells information. At least in my headcanon. Hello. An apple. A candied apple. She doesn't need to eat, but was still given the power to taste, I'm assuming. Or that. Candy apple for Hermes. Cheer him up a little bit. You know what? You tried. I like reading. Gogon likes reading. There you go. Check it out. Can just bust out a book out of nowhere. I'm gonna read this. There we go. All good. Let's go. Oh, you guys all squared away now? We stared at a hornbill for a little bit. Hope that's okay. I'll be sure to weaponize it against you later. Or maybe I'm just really good at hiding it. Well, I mean, that's only fair. Part of being an information broker. You can exchange knowledge for other knowledge. That's just how it works. We just let them run around wild. It's fine. Yeah, no, a lot of the side quests here involve, like, people doing research on various different types of, creatures, and sometimes it feels like you're helping design them and have a hand in them. So, you could say in this world that we had a hand in the design of, you know, Spriggans. Or, other ones that get mentioned are... that get seen later are cactars, frogs, and even the behemoth. We have a hand in creating the behemoth. Living in Arcane. So some creations just randomly get a soul? Oh, okay. That's an interesting view. Especially if we create something that you can't identify whether or not it has a soul, or if it does have a soul, is it our choice to remove it, even if it's against the, it would cause chaos if it was released into the world. I'm coming, I'm coming. Hold your mechanical horses. Here we go. Numa. Numa, eh? Yep. Feed the Numa? Okay. Enjoy some delicious lightning! Delicious lightning! The taste is shocking! Well, she seems to be, you know, she seems to have personality and soul, so I'm assuming she's a living being? Oh, that is true. Since he can see the colors of souls, I can see right away if she has a soul or not. So we could just ask Hith, because I don't think Emmett would let us know. Or be very sassy about it. We're going to the Mountain Dew? Delicious. I bet too much caffeine for me, though, I think. Going up. Excuse me. Honk honk. Hold on. There we go. Oh! Gooboos! Tell me of Gooboos.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
Oh, hey! It's too bad Crowell didn't teach us that spell so we can keep a new one. We lost our old one.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis.
That tree! Elpis! That house! Elpis!
Entelekis. Like me.
Enter Lekkies?
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms.
Curious who that researcher could be.
Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby.
Perhaps the previous Daniel made those.
Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
Nobody knows.
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by
Oh.
emotions.
Akasha. Akasha.
In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Saying white is just peaceful?
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Feeling. Thinking. Hearing. Hearing, feeling, thinking. Sorry, I had it the wrong order.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
It has a name now.
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
Okay.
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
No wonder she seems so important.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis?
Why was I never informed about this? Now I have to go master it.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Now I have to go master it.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt.
Dark energy.
And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether,
Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Oh.
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it.
Oh, you know, reasons.
However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%.
Dark. It's a dark energy comparison.
The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river...
It could flood everything. It'd be great. That's not worrisome at all.
Not that I have such grand ambitions.
Sure you don't.
Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
And that's why she seems frail, because she's partially etheric, but she's also heavily Dynamis powered. Which I think Hith is about to say.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Literally after I said it, I'm like, wait a second, Hith literally states that, right? Just as after I said it.
Precisely.
And we're alike, huh?
Yours is thin too. Like an Endwalker. Like me. So, are we the same? Endwalkers.
I don't know, but can you stop saying that word? It's starting to lose all meaning. And it didn't have much of one to begin with. I put that one in just because, yeah, that's, like, this whole, I was like, wait a second, are they, you know, giving, I mentioned before, the idea of the Akasha being a in-lore explanation for, you know, the transcending your limits is only the word of light could / limit breaking. But, let's go drag Emmett.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Endwalker make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Well, you see how hard it sneezes. And end up in another tree. But yeah, no, I think if you mention, because I'm pretty sure with the lad, I picked the whole transcending limits thing, kind of to fit with my theory. But, and I think it mentions, like, that does sound vaguely like, Antelechy-ish, I think is what he describes it as. I forget the exact phrasing, it's been a little bit. But then he goes on and says, yeah, but just because you are thin, you know, it's because you can interact with Dynamis, just because you're thin in ether doesn't mean that you are an Antelechy. It just means that you could have an interesting, you know, be affected by it. Which is an interesting thing to... It's interesting stuff. Yeah, no, it's like this entire different narrative, and no one told me. Why does he lament the previous Fandaniel's going to die so much? I forget which option I chose for the lad. Well, let's get some information out of him. Why didn't you join the convocation? It's relevant to the conversation. Actually, can we, oh no, we can't abandon it to, try the other line. I've done that with some of the other, like, the regular quests. You can abandon it and restart it to grab the next one. To double check a line. But, no, yeah, I saw it when I'm like, oops, that's exactly what, I chose with the lad. Oh, well. If you want to see what the other one option is, you'll have to come here yourself. Oh no, the Charybdis. The partner creature to the Scylla. A long way to the next one. Oh wait, no. Well, to the next Aether Current, yes, but to the next story beat, it's right over here. It's these things! And a Bird of Elpis! Go away, Bird of Elpis! We already have a Bird of Elpis. It's right here. I prefer this one. No. 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 Thank you. It's this one. It's blue. That's its power. I made you blue. That's my power. Have you tried throwing it over the edge and seeing what happens? Etheric instability. Okay, so they just want to make sure, okay, you know, this thing could deteriorate and end up a creature that would have a hard time. So before we release it out into the wild, let's fix it. Also reasonable. You're gonna henshin? Are you a Power Ranger? Kamen Rider? Like when you were stifled by this body of by this vessel of flesh, or whatever the phrase was. So it's a considering showing off. Okay. You show off? Are you a show off, Hermes? That's fair. Don't write them off just because they're a little they're considered a little flawed. Me? Why? Oh no, this smells of trouble. Come, you. Let's go be blue over here. Let's have Emmett do it instead. It's fine. Emmett's weak point is if you're really, really annoying, he'll give in. Hey, Emmett! Wow, you moved him really far away, didn't you? Seriously, that's almost like closer to like a quarter of the way around the freaking island. How far away do you want to take him? It's not a scheme, Emmett. Emmett! I have a favor to ask. Come on, Emmett. Emmett!
No. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm foisting this nonsense on you. Emmett!
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
I'm threatening you!
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
I have no idea, but I'm sure they're fabulous.
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
I push button. I did not push button. Come on, Emmett!
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
That's such a good face.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Yep, he's doing it. Hey, I have that horse.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
It's up to you to pick it up and throw it.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Oakley dokley. He can fly on his own by summoning a flying horse.
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even.
I just see real good.
Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so.
You still made me some slick duds.
What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one, far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand.
Begrudgingly, of course.
Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend.
Is it Azam?
A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to
Okay, that's definitely Azam.
His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him.
He's begrudgingly having a good time.
They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world.
So his purpose is his goal is to help others figure out what they want to do.
And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine. And together we may return to the star.
Return together. That's nice.
Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you.
It's a knack. A knick-knack paddywhack.
I assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well, I'm pretty sure Azum isn't like a 30-year size with green hair and long ears.
Well done, my pet. Well done.
You claimed it now, because it's also blue. It's blue like me, so it's mine now.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Oop. Did not have my other hand on the keyboard. Get on down here. I'm a special advisor. It's a good title. Very fitting for the character. Good job, Emmett! Alright, that's enough of that. I'm sure you did. There you go. Just like, don't be so hasty to just scrap the project. You can still get it to work. Very much showing he has a mind against, you know, just purposely killing off these creatures. Especially in a case like that where, you know, it's just, okay, it just needs to learn how to fly. Don't just toss it. I saved the day. Oop. Oop. Let's get this side of the map while we're traveling. There we go. No. No. Go away. Dynamis thing sounds intriguing. Well, I mean, it's in line with everything else we've been seeing so far. No, it's just mean. It's a perfect killing machine. We can't release it into the wild, but it's awesome. And away he go. I'm coming along too. You can't stop me. We're gonna take a shortcut. Whee! No. I know I could just fall off the ledges, but it's more fun to just feel like you're ramping it. It's like, woo! Yeah! Oh, jeez. Alright then. And burns. So breathe fire. Okay. And of course, for those who have not been, may not have been following my streams or will look at these VODs later and just watch this one for whatever reason, I am using the motorcycle because it has the innate speed boost for the area, like for all areas. It's the same speed boost you get if I had gone off and done 6 fates to get the, and purchased the map for the area to get the move speed increase. The motorcycle just has it innately. Give an example of how much slower it is without it. I think in the previous stream I actually did a timed run from one spot to another in, or it might have been even the stream before, between 2 rocks in Thavnir. A fellow with long blonde hair, you say? Well, that's a blonde-haired lady. That's a dark-haired man. There's a blonde-haired man. dead. Oh. I guess like they're awesome, but they're really, really aggressive. Releasing them would be a problem. They were bored, angry, and a taste for violence. Kairos, you say? It's a mind-wiping device that's only allowed by the Chief Overseer. I mean, that's fair. Here we got, like, two different, like, people on different sides of the spectrum. Here we go, like, well, it's just a thing we made from ether. We're turning it back to ether. Nothing changes. Meanwhile, we have Hermes, who's like, you know, well, every living thing we create, we've created life. It all deserves a chance. Right, and this apparently seems to be a clear and undeniable threat. Yes, but like... I don't know. Yes, it is very, you know, big-hearted of him to want to give everything a chance. Even a thing that seems to be nothing but violence. Make sure it's not some error or, you know, just a thing that could be fixed because otherwise it's fine. It's just really, really angry all the time. Yep. Medion's upset again. That's a pretty sweeping statement. I'm sure there's others that actually care about their creations. Like, there's a lot of these side quests where they're especially one where it has the little flying cats. And the person who created is super endeared by them. It's like, if they got deleted, they'd be upset. The question is if it's because, you know, well, they did all this work and it's not worth it, or if they actually, you know, appreciate the life they've created. Probably a good idea. See, the whole idea, that's what makes me think that the original Fandaniel may have created the Elpis flower. Let's go find some flowers! Tree flowers. That's fair. We do not like a big bright flower. Does this tree... Does this even have flowers? I don't think this counts. This is a tree. This is a non-flowering tree. Let's talk about the flowers at the base of the tree. Okay. So plan B is candied apples. Got it. A big old bed of flowers. Wait a second. I don't think this is a flower. It's an angry plant. It's gonna spit seeds at me. Darn Deku plants. Deku scrubs. Oh. Oops, did I lose her by going too fast? I completely blanked on it and just jumped on, jumped on my bike. There we go. Hi, come on. Sorry. I zoned out. At least I had to go back to like a respawn point or something. What are you doing in the bush, Medion? No. 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 Malbor, no. I'd rather not. How about news, Scott? It's nice and feels, but it's being watched by this bird. No, bird. Bird, no. Bird. I warned you, bird! You brought this on yourself, bird! There. That's what you get. Just want to examine this field. A shiny thing. Oh. More Elpis flowers. Hello. You can give him one of these. I've had a few. Lend me your darkness. I mean, that's fair. So, like, hey, other people actually can feel bad emotions. You're not alone in thinking that. Everyone else may be content, but they may just be content right now. I mean, I bet Emmett would turn it dark real quick. He gets grumpy very easily. I bet Asm would change it a whole bunch of colors. I should have figured that, like, I've had a few was just a generic answer, and then, rather than, you know, commenting on a specific emotion in general. Oh, well. Hi, Bear Gryllos. How you doing? We're back.
Oh, you were waiting for me.
I mean, it's not like we could go anywhere.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company.
Probably sounds like it's not the decision you like. That the very angry creature may have to be put down.
Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms.
We get rooms?
There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Yay!
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
Release your darkness!
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
You can tell people you're upset.
I see Meteon has shared much with you.
It's kind of obvious. You could just, you know, maybe find someone to talk to. Might help. Sometimes it's nice to just vent. I do it a lot.
May we talk a moment?
Hedgehog! Away you go.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place.
Fair.
And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt.
That's normal.
Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man.
And therein lies his little issue, you know. The creatures and creations here don't get to make the decision that they get to die. It's made for them.
Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss, and always. Always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread.
I mean, I'm sure there are others that think the same way. It may not be the common belief, but I mean, as I mentioned earlier, it seems like a lot of the side quests got characters that really care about their creations. They're not about to just, you know, get rid of them. Though I guess if they're making adjustments to them, they're getting rid of and remaking them, so they still kind of die. So I don't know.
But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. Owen asked what you thought as he kneeled beside the Alpes. Or if he only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you.
Sometimes it's just nice to vent, and maybe, you know, you can affect change. Be like, hey, like, you're doing that now by making sure, hey, let's give every creature a chance. See what we can do for it. Make sure you're doing as much as you can before you realize, okay, maybe, you know, Deathzilla 4000, whose existence is only to destroy, may not be a thing we want to add to the world. Though why you made Deathzilla 4000 in the first place begins with.
Suffering is a comfort.
Like, everyone experienced suffering to some degree. I can tell you all about suffering.
Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart.
That's living, man. Man. Sorry, Ty Tuesday has a little like sound bite from the
stars in the heavens. Know you what they are?
quick detour before we continue this a little bit. Just so you understand why I'm going, man. Is Ty Tuesday has a little sound bite from Guilty Gear Strive where it starts like the opening of it's like man has done this, like it's this whole thing, but it starts with mankind or man, and just he's cut off, so it's just man. And it's really good.
Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life.
Sure.
So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there?
They have their own reasons.
What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
Sure.
It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow.
How can you tell? Because if I remember correctly, someone mentioned that Elpis does not have a day-night cycle.
Let us head back.
It just becomes slightly less sunny. They found something. Perhaps something evil. I'll be led back to the planet and cause the final days. But yeah, like it just gets less sunny and you can see the stars. It's like there's no like real night as far as I can tell. Or so someone says. Because I think the idea was someone was asking is if you looked up at the night sky on Elpis, could you see a moon? Because we know the fake moon, the Hound of Dalamud was, Dalamud was a moon created by the Alligans, and that fell down. And the other moon was, the idea was, well, did they repurpose the existing moon, or was that fully created by Hydaelyn? So people are like, well, is there a moon in the sky at night on Elpis? And someone went, well, no, it's never night out here. It just gets slightly less sunny. And all of them were angry. There you go, like they're just not... Maybe their purpose would be to create something that can, be useful but not as bloodthirsty and killing. There you go. Even though he doesn't like it. It's very obvious he does not like it. And we can kind of understand why. These things, humanity is like, we get to choose when we die, when we fulfilled our purpose, but all the creatures that we create don't get that choice. So he's like, either, they get released into, the world, but they all fit some standard, or they don't work and they get destroyed. It's kind of understandable. Okay, that's 4. We're missing 3. They probably knew what was going to happen. Ah, the predecessors for Fenrir. Like, at least with these ones, you kind of feel like they would threaten all other lives. And, like, yes, it sucks that, they have to be unmade, but keeping them around would be more dangerous to all other life, current and future. But I guess, wonder if you could make that same question of humanity, huh? Yggdrasil, the Tree of Knowledge. Or the World Tree. Oh, there it is. I found it! It's okay, I can put up shields. Like so. What if I laser it back? I will admit this was a lot faster on Samurai. Being an actual damage class tends to help with doing, damage. Shocking absolutely everyone, I'm sure. Oop. I ate that one. It's fine, though. These actually don't hurt too much. I might actually just sit in it to get more shield breaks. If it... There we go. Alright. I'm like, wait, am I supposed to go talk to someone? No, there's a destination spot there. I missed because another person ran in.
Now.
Later. Caduceus, Hermes' staff, and the sign of the medical profession.
Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
May you and your kin find peace.
I want to eat you.
Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy, but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts. I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Maybe it's because of those thoughts that he wants you in that position.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me.
It's okay to be angry. You just have to work through it.
If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts.
Also, if you're on the convocation, you could put forth, like, ideas to,
Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
to make sure that all creations, and concepts go through a process to ensure that they all get all of the chances that they desire. That puts you in a position to make the change you want.
You, my friend. I pray you find that which you seek.
Rather than be here, so you're gonna
I
be.
expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time? Aye.
What if we were to, like... I lost my train of thought there. I was gonna say, like... I think it was something along the lines of the whole idea of, he could be affecting the change that he wants through that position, rather than staying here, that's what it is, staying here forced to deal with a system he's unhappy with. He has to follow the process, like, he does his best here, but he could do more to have that be his purpose, to make sure that, in helping the star, and it's the life on the star, which is part of that purpose, I would say, He could be, you know, making things, you know, making the process so that all creatures are given their fair shake, that they're given chances, that you don't just, oh, there's a problem, immediately delete it. Try it. Run it through. Have, like, a checklist of things, and only if, you know, it follows that full checklist, then, like, they already have all these procedures anyway. Procedure to be like, okay, this one, after rigorous testing, you know, I made a mistake, but, you know, it's actually valid and it could be added to the world. Let's see what happens. I don't know. But I'm also speaking because I know what leads to, what comes from all this, so maybe I'm a bit biased in that sense. I'm not as, you know, blind to what's going to come of it as I was when I was playing it blind. As, you know, you would figure. Yeah, it's like other people feel that sadness, and it's to a degree. There's nothing wrong with that. That phrasing, I didn't think about it the first time, but considering Shadowbringers, you end up getting to feel that, Emmett. You get to feel that very deeply, and you are not happy about it. Okay, I hit 87 just when the 87 quests start. That's actually very fitting. Good. Sure, why not? This is the one area I feel it's going to be... It just feels like it's going to be a lot of work to clean up all the side quests once I'm done. Because I feel like there's a bunch here. Like, already you can see, like, what, 8 there. We have a bunch over there. Like, each area, I think, has, like, 1 Aether Current quest, and then, like, 9 non-Aether Current quests. So this place is very heavy with side quests. So this one will probably take a while to clean up. Though I feel like once I have flying, it's going to be a fair bit easier. Hi guys, what do you think of my power wheels? That's remarkably convenient and not ripe for misuse. Though I guess you wouldn't have an idea of someone like forcing another one to let them through the teleporter to gain access to another area. I do not know if there's, like, you know... Are there crime agents out here to do crime? Do things you're not supposed to? Behold the crime agents. They're here to steal ideas and concepts.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros.
Welcome.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
The observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Right.
Wank.
Let's begin by...
Spriggan! Spriggan with a rock!
Well, an Arrayus. How delightful.
Hello. What you got there?
And what, pray tell, is that?
A problem, apparently.
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept, but a few days ago.
Isn't it neat? Just a walking shark.
Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
Man, have you seen all the shark designs? They're rad. One has like a head that looks like a hammer. It's crazy.
At first, they were largely orthodox. Consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd.
You should have seen the Sharkipede.
Tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
By the way, you should have seen that Sharkipede. It's a bad shark. Swift punch to the eye.
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
It's fine, I had lasers.
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Well, 3, because I recognize yours. It's been a while since we've seen it, though.
That we should meet you here.
Yep. Same face on the boat.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star.
Vana has decided otherwise.
Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vana is her name, and she is the previous Azim.
There you go. That was a neat revelation. It's like, oh, it's like, okay, Heidelin was the previous Azim. Before the Azim that became us, it was her. Neat.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well.
I always look well.
Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
I'm gonna frown more just out of spite.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
Ooh, I know about that one. Vaguely.
How is he, if I may ask?
Trouble.
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
That seems like something Azim would do.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
The very model of a major modern general. What? Why?
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Well, that's a question out of left field.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
There we go. That's why she... there's a reason. Hey, I don't remember putting magic on you. Why do you have my magic?
For if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
It's just amazing that you could just have that mindset. Like, maybe it's someone casting magic like mine? No, that's my magic. Obviously, it's me from the future. Or no, I didn't forget someone. She can so easily go to that conclusion is amusing to me.
manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
The Blessing of Light. It's very amusing to me that the Blessing of Light is a basic traveler's ward. Need any more confirmation?
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection. I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Presents! Happy holidays! Oh, sorry.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
I mean, she was able to throw it out so willy-nilly. It does seem pretty absurd, huh? Well, time to really pull this alternate timeline off the course, huh?
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
Again, Graha did something like that. We can save this timeline. We can save this Emmett. We can save this Vana.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours.
There you go. I mean, Graha did similar. I keep saying that, so there's nothing wrong with us doing that.
How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future.
It's like, really?
Until the moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us.
I would like to keep Hith around. Or at least this Hith.
More important,
We'll save a Hith.
that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
Well, that is true.
Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
We can help them. They can help us, and we can help them. That way we have this timeline where the ancients are around if we need them later for other questions and stuff. And then, because we can travel to the, well, I guess, I don't know how easy it'd be to travel back and forth like it is for the first. Obviously, as a gameplay mechanic, you would be able to, but, you know. It'd be nice to have, you know, a place where the Amaratine survived. What?
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Fine, but you're not gonna like it. Especially the part where I beat your butt.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
We go to the Oink House.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it.
How would I not know? Like, yeah, like this... If you think about it...
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past.
Yeah, I was about to say. Alright, she literally says it. Hey, you know... Like I wouldn't sense my own magic. Like the moment we got here, she sensed us.
It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
I do like the general idea that the seat of Azim is just the seat of the troublemaker. You mean after I find the object, because I'm really good at finding stuff, apparently. Like, you have no idea. Like, I have a sense that it's somewhere in this general area. No reason to think so, I just know. I do like that they lampshade that at some point, actually. It gets lampshade of, hey, you know... Oh, I went right past it. Some quest or another, I think it's one, actually an earlier one, where we get ribbed for basically always knowing exactly where to go to find stuff. Because we technically have a gameplay mechanic that says, it's in this general area. And hey, here's the Coral Reginas from Dravania. They're just here. Neat, huh? Now, if I remember correctly, there's another Aether Current over here. We'll snack that up. Oh, there it is. And then go find the rock. The Rock of Ages. Rock of Ages! Actually, I believe if I remember correctly, it's literally right there. Let's see if I'm right. I remember the dumbest things. I'll have vague memories of what people have said, what things I'll not remember other things, but then there'll be dumb things like, hey, I think the rock is right here. Why does that bit stick in my memory? Who knows? I'm weird like that. It's my Jeopardy memories, I like to call it. That my mind likes to have, like, remember the weirdest little tidbits of information. That, as I like to describe it, even though it's probably not true, would be not unlike, you know, a question that could be asked on Jeopardy. But of course, my breadth of trivia knowledge is not like that widespread. It's just stuck to various things, like various games like this. But, like, it's just, the idea is similar. It's just such a hodgepodge of memory. It'd be something that would be not unlike a variety of random questions as you would find on Jeopardy or Trivial Pursuit or something. So, Jeopardy memory. Hey, dude. Telemon just looking at a fish man. Why not? But yes, I believe it's one of the side quests here where you actually literally help a guy develop the behemoth. At one point you could give him an option between taking, like, the creature doesn't seem strong enough to seem like an apex predator, which is what this guy's trying to design. And you can say, you know, give it, like, big teeth and fangs, or teach it big magic like Meteor. And we're like, I'm just like, no, don't teach it Meteor. Just make it, give it teeth. It's like, nope, I gave it Meteor anyway. I did it anyway. I'm like, no, researcher, no. I've been asked to find a lot of things. Again. Did you have to pick up dung? Because we frequently have to go pick up dung, and I don't know how I feel about that. Welcome to Pork and Oinkos. I'm gonna touch this crystal. Oh, I already did that. I literally did that, like, just before I went in and talked to her, didn't he? And I completely blanked on it. My memory just escaped me for a sec. There's like, you don't need to remember that. People watch me drive for the crystal in the VOD later, like, you already did that!
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that make you unrelaxed as I tell you what happens to you in particular?
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit.
I have a bunch of eggs. You want some eggs? I have like 400 eggs.
There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Let's make like Graha and save a timeline.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Vana becomes the Mother Crystal. The Asians, the remains of the ancient people, seeking to revive Zodiark. Emmett is anguish over what happened. Speaking before, like he's never known such anguish. Zodiark is finally recalled and destroyed, bringing the final days upon us once more. Such is how it is.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
An understandable response, honestly.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vana?
Well, this is an alternate timeline of you guys now, right? Because we've shown up and told you about what happens.
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No. There must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain.
But your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance.
I mean, we learned a lot when we came here. About Hermes, what he was studying.
But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus?
I mean, we've also created a separate timeline, so maybe, you know, this isn't a, you know, what you're supposed to accomplish isn't known yet.
In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Again, we're pulling a Graha. Graha went back in time to save the Warrior of Light, and in doing so, changed the reality of our future. He's the future Trunks. We are pulling a Graha Trunks.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home, would be more logical destinations.
Unless, again, there's something here that we need to learn, or that Hydaelyn thinks we could learn from her times here. That she is, you know... Well, then wouldn't she... She could also have just told us, but, you know, she seems to be withholding a lot. Or maybe that there's something that she couldn't find herself.
True.
I had a feeling.
I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
At least it's not a jumping puzzle. Those can be kind of obnoxious. I still have not made it to the top of the Kugane Tower.
We do have one immutable fact.
I'm bad at jumping puzzles. Don't laugh at me.
If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear.
You can save this timeline then.
Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Well, that's what Zodiac was supposed to do, right?
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale?
You're just mad because I beat you up.
Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
Told you. Even before I knew that part, I feel he's less fun because he does not have such a glorious point in his end. Though he does get some good parts. I mean, he did help us defeat Elidibus. He did get that cool point there. You did do some cool stuff, Emmett.
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this Zodiac in the highest esteem.
Even if it included your best friend?
Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there.
Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
So why would I? That's a very fun question. It's like, why would I do something that completely ruined my own plan? One last hope in humanity.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
That's what you were doing, Emmett. You're trying to get Zodiac back to save your brethren. That's literally what you're trying to do.
You do not know me.
I do not know the current you. I know the you that you become in our timeline.
I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk, wait!
I mean, it's a lot to take in. But again, maybe hit this right. That we're just doing an alternate timeline.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
We know its emotions. We think Hermes is somehow something happens with Hermes, and Dynamis gets weaponized.
Ah, yes. The energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes. I believe this warrants further investigation.
Or something gets found by Meteon that causes this whole thing to go down. My sibling, at one point at this, without knowing what was coming next, had a feeling that, like, the Meteons are being sent out to space would, again, like the idea of they find something. Like, you know, an avatar of despair. Like, some great, ancient, like, unknowable evil that, you know, has Dynamis powers or something.
Just time for action.
And lures it back, and inadvertently, points it towards Atheris.
The missing pieces of the puzzle are here.
And that's
I'm certain of it.
And that's what causes the final
when
days.
you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete. And you will have your answer.
And around this point, I was starting feeling more and more towards that, you know, maybe, you know, they find something.
Suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Given Meteon staring off into space, like one of them found something, and it's probably not good. Or, you know, is going to find something that is not good. They found something and it's going to become bad.
Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azam described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Question the locals. Simple idea. Let's do that. And now, yeah, we have a whole other area with more side quests. Just looking at all these is like, ha 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 ha. I don't like sitting there. Is she actually mean? Or is she nice? But then her name would be Is Nice, right? Rather than Is Mean. Hello, are you actually mean? Another question line thing for our point of view. Now to grill her for information. I mean, that's a mood. I try to do similar with my work. Okay, and now we veered off from me completely. It's worrisome that, yeah, no one has been keeping track of this creation that he's made that's just kind of wandering around. Maybe you should. Uh-oh. Is this like talking to the Pokemon fan club president? We already have our bicycle, though. Oh, right, just over here. Sorry, I thought we would immediately go over there, but no, we got to go talk to her first. Okay, let's go grab this ether current first. Should be due east, which is the opposite of west. Oh, it's up there. Okay. How are we doing on these, by the way? Half of them. Not bad. Not bad at all. Obviously, we're not going to be able to fly until we actually do all the quests that give the currents as well, but, you know. I'd rather not. I'd rather not deal with all the jellyfish. Hello. The birds. Where are birds? I see no birds. Where are birds? Now we must be concise. Oh no. Hold on. I think I actually got all short answers the first time, which I believe was just literally, yes, just, hey, are you this expert on flight? But I don't quite recall, so. Again, one of those little tidbits of memory that I vaguely remember, but not specifically. Yeah, because this is a conundrum wrought from a kind of norm that you don't really go poking around if people are still working on their project and have not submitted it yet, or, have not been asked to look at it. And Hermes has been making these things and apparently sending them out to space without talking to anyone about it, which is problematic. He is not peer reviewing any of his creations, and so there's no... If we need information on it, there's no one to get it from except him. There's a bunch of them, by the way. Off we go. Looking all these quests is hurting me so bad. I want to get them done, put on one of the other jobs, get it caught up, so I have options when we get further in, if needed. Okie doke. I'm off. Did I miss, I probably missed one down here. Because 500 something sounds like it's over here. I completely blanked on going there and grabbing it. I have to double back and get it at some point. Not that I'm in a particular rush. It's not like I'm going to be able to fly. The official records, eh? Tell me of these official records. Like, everyone knows about it, but no one's ever, like, really asked about her, even though everyone's like, okay, she can sense emotions and read thoughts. Why is no one asking further about that? And that's why we're not weird. Yeah, people out here with creation, with ideas and concepts all the time. She was sending... he was sending them into the second expansion? Do you think she created the shark with arms and legs? Was this her idea? Man, Vanna's been doing work. Actually, I feel like having flight is actually going to make one of the side quests on this island easier, because these doorways are the only way to get up to these bridge areas, and there is a side quest where you have to come up here to find an injured Charybdis, I believe. Have to come all the way up here for that. And being able to just fly up here rather than have to go down to that door and through all these paths and loading screens is nice, honestly. It seems like a better idea, a way to handle that quest. So I do hope and look forward to that. And hopefully, you know, I'll just grab all the ones that give the Aether Currents, and hopefully this will not be as obnoxious as an area as I'm worried it's going to be. To clean up the side quests for. Got answers playing quietly in the background. Ba-da-da-da. Oof. Boom, ba,
What is
da,
it like in the
da.
future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Pragmatic answer. Some of it's nice, some of it eh.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal.
I guess so, if you like to go in and hunt for danger.
While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
The lad was like, no, it's still really pretty.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own.
Warrior of Light's been through a lot. We got like, plenty of stories. What about I tell you about Hildebrand? Can I tell you about Hildebrand?
Learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans.
Let me tell you about the gentleman of... the gentleman detective. The gentleman inspector, sorry.
More than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Now the question is, and I think this is basically like if you have a headcanon for your own character, makes you wonder what things your character would be telling her. Things that make her laugh, that make her jump back in shock. Something you'd be triumphant over. For each character, it'd be different, I feel like. And your concept of the character, even if you don't have like a full character concept behind them.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
A concept, you know, in your head, just because you've always put yourself into some of these characters, at least that's how I feel. Those answers are still going to be different from person to person. Whether they make their own stories for their characters beyond what happens in the games or not. Even if you just stick to just what happened in the over the course of 14. What things you think would be worth telling Vana will be different from someone else's. And it's nice that they kind of leave that completely open and vague. Not even letting you like pick options to kind of give ideas. It's completely left up to your own discretion and thoughts.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart.
A lot has happened, but we still endure.
Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them.
And many more have been discovered along the way. Questions, I mean, not answers.
Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done.
It's a nice way to look at it, you know, of all the chances, like, you know, people are, you know, talking about, like, how odd, you know, the chances of having, you know, conditions right for life. Just not even just for our planet, but for, like, the universe in general. If some force was weaker or stronger than the other, things could have never formed in a certain way. Like, there's been simulations, and, like, if you change even all, like, various little values on how the universe works from a fundamental level, the universe would not have been able to function the way it is. It would not have formed. It wouldn't have had planets. It wouldn't have had any of this. And it's that preciseness that sometimes gets people thinking that there's an intelligent creator out there. That, you know, to have it be so exacting. Though there's also the theory of if universes are spawning, you know, if the universe are like spawning like a living organism itself, you'd want ones that have chances for more matter, for more, and things like that. So it would be more and more evolved, like a universe evolving to be more predisposed towards that sort of setup. It's a lot of interesting theory that I kind of vaguely remember scanning. Like I don't think I can explain it nearly well enough, but it does intrigue me, and it's why I think like that's just like the astrophysical sciences and things like that is just, it's a fun thing to look into and muse about. And I think it's a kind of a degree of why I love mythology so much, is it's because it's humanity's own attempts to try to explain why things are the way they are, why the universe is the way it is, without that scientific method, without the knowledge, and what the creativity that comes from humanity in trying to explain those things. I like it a lot.
passion swelled within me. An epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without. Immense, yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating. How keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now.
Seeking answers?
Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful.
And she was living free. Live free. Live free.
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star.
You can see why someone like her would become, you know, Heidelin. Because the idea, my understanding of the whole idea is Zodiark, after fixing it, was trying to return things to the past. Vena very much feels like someone who is looking towards the future. You know, the potential of how things could turn out rather than lingering on what used to be. Thinking on what could be instead.
Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it.
And that was kind of a feeling I got back in Shadowbringers. It was very much an idea of yearning for the past versus putting hope into the future. Believing in the future generations over past generations.
And walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way.
Her own Endwalker. Oh! Title drop! No, kidding.
You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness.
And cut off before we even can answer that question.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
Was it a shark with arms and legs? But yeah, no, like, it's part of the reason why I think I love this expansion so much. It can pull those thoughts at me. Like, they're thoughts that I've had for a while, but being able to have, you know, the whole concept being drawn out of me just by the storytelling it's good.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
And of course, we have all the references to things that have passed, you know, and, you know, the whole thing has been pitched as, you know, a story of 10 years or whatever coming to a close. You know, just in the tale of Heidelin versus Zodiark. Heidelin and Zodiark, probably not even versus. And just seeing that all come together from someone who's been playing since midway to late A Realm Reborn. It's good stuff.
You're too kind.
Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
We're calling the portal metapods, right?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up. Then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather.
Metapods. Sorry, my favorite thing of doing a dumb pluralization is pods, like octopi. It's octopods. It's just a thing with me, don't mind me.
Lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
Now the question is, how many?
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day.
He hit me with a bat.
Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Yes, please. I would not like have to run all the way back again.
Please.
Even now that I'm Amaratine size, this is still a lot of running around. Hermes gonna do it. Or someone's gonna done steal the research. I see that Pegasus up there. It's a bit awkward when you see because a lot of the creatures with their the people with their concepts, the concepts themselves are just they're also like NPCs that can't be aggroed. So you'll be driving along if you go near one of those encampments, where there's an NPC with them. If you don't see the NPC, it's like, ah, random creature! And no, it won't attack you, and so you kind of veer out of the way for no reason. Actually, 370 yalms to the south. So, down here. So there's a couple down here that I just completely missed. Ah, well. What about that island over there? I have to do a bunch of ether currents, and then I have to do a bunch of side quests, and it's a whole deal. Come forth, dog! Hey, it's that dog. Hey, let me ride him in the future. Yeah, that's not confusing at all. Uh-oh. I don't know, how good are you against funnels? Do you know what a gym is? Zaku? Goof? Quebbly. If this memory turns out to... Well, if I... Alright, got my weapons. They're 4 guns. I've been carrying them with me this entire time. Don't you run away from me. I was not done telling you about my guns. Actually, we're reaching a time frame where we could actually see and prove the statement that someone I mentioned, where someone said that there is really no night. It's just less bright. If you wanted to sit here and hang out for, like, you know, a couple minutes. But if this fight goes on quickly enough, maybe we can see that. I don't know, or maybe if it's the weather and time keeps moving in there. Alright. Dot for you. Okay. Hit you with orbs.
My blade sings.
No. Oh wow, I am zapping you very hard. True blink. You're blinking for real? No. Nope. Nice paladin lasers. That's nice. I don't want to hear the song right now.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
She's going from sword to chakram. Dancer time.
No quarter.
Oop, no. Oh, you don't. Nope. I'm fine. I will say that DPS on a healer is not exactly thrilling. Oop. No. 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 Nope. Nope. You done with that yet? Thank you. You're actually doing so little damage to me, you're not breaking my shields. Maybe. As I say that, she switches over to caster. Though this is white mage, considering it's true stone. No. Nope, 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 nope. I'm over here now. Sorry. How about you? I'm definitely not in danger of dying. I am apparently in danger of running out of MP because I've not been using my quick buttons.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Oh, okay. If I can just zap them initially, that makes this a lot easier. This is actually a lot more obnoxious on Samurai, because you're actually having to run over and hit them, rather than just lasering them with your funnels from a distance. So actually, I think 1 or 2 got through, just because I was trying to beat them up and apparently not doing enough damage. The fact that I'm one-shotting these with Sage, though, is curious to me. I seriously feel like I did better with this than I did on my Samurai. Try me.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
Come at me. Okay, that went through everything.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
By the way, I'm better again. How it goes. I'm fine, hi. One of the benefits of being a healer is like, oh, well, I survived that, so now I'm full health again.
Was my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
I mean, I stacked all my defenses up as I could, even though I don't know if they got through or not. Or they just went away for that cutscene.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. as is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest.
I mean, I only told you some of my stories. I don't give away all my secrets. Gogon would never do that. You keep some things to yourself.
It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
You're very endearing, Vana, but Gogon would definitely keep his secrets. Dog approves.
Well now, I dare say he is warmed to you.
I remember my question was like, wait a second. Did I get the original?
A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
That we did so well that the dog likes... we're getting the original dog as opposed to clone dog. Look at that good dog. Look at that dog! I mean, he's upset with how things are, that everyone's so indifferent to, you know, life, but I don't think he'd want to kill everyone. That seems against him. That seems too far the other way. But again, if something happened to Medion that pushed him over the edge... As always, I do know what is going to happen, but I am kind of repeating a lot of the thoughts I had at the time and during my blind run. Along with maybe a bit of enlightened thought, I guess, based off of what I may have, you know, looking at this again after knowing what happened. Ah, the Tree of Knowledge. I see.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment.
I'm assuming he brings his own equipment and takes it with him.
The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Time travel?
So you cannot control the power freely.
Yeah.
Worry not.
I joke, but I had a feeling that she meant the echo. Being able to see into the past a little bit through the power of the echo.
Come and stand before me.
Now, at this bit, my thought was, and I still wonder if that's something is gonna come of it, that here we're getting training on how to handle the echo. That's basically what's happening here.
Two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory.
And I wonder is, in this training, because it's like we can tell, like this is training on how to use the echo to look into the past. Does this mean that, like, in the future, we'll be able to look into the past, like, actively, rather than passively? Like, having it hit us, we can actively use it.
The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
I haven't seen evidence for or against it, but I definitely could see this working. Like, if in the future, you know, if we could just willingly just activate the Echo to look into the past.
As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved.
The only hitch in that idea is the role quests, because obviously you're going to find out stuff about the blasphemies through the Echo, and some of them may be at levels where you, like, before, like, no, actually I think at this point you would have seen almost all of them. So it could be possible. I don't know. I'd have to mix and match, but maybe I'm reading too deeply into it, which is not unheard of for me. I was like thinking a bunch this entire time of, you know,
such memories are given to fading, however, and
what
can prove challenging to visit.
What's going on with Hermes, with Meteon, with how a alternate timeline, like us kind of recreating a Graha moment could result in an alternate timeline where the final days never happened. So now we would have, you know, permanent access to potentially permanent access to a version of the world where the Amartine are still around.
But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
And once again, I forgot to look around and see if, like, this is actually night, or if there's, like, actual... if so, can we see a moon out there somewhere? Rather than darker day. But, like, the fact that we're seeing stars kind of puts that counterpart of... No, it's probably night. It's night. There's a night here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing the stars. The sun has to set for the sky.
Functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars.
You wouldn't be able to see the stars if it was still day. Sunlight hiding the light of the stars. This has to be a nighttime.
Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
108 years of research, huh?
End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Yeah, and, like, my whole worry is, like, and going back to my siblings' thought of one of them running into some ancient evil out in space or something. And using that connection to find a way back.
All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
I'm sure there'll be some good and some bad.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
Who knows? They're aliens.
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people.
You like this?
Together
Like...
we may contemplate our own existence.
This both quantifies as a less light day, but I still think this qualifies as night. We're seeing stars. Sun has to have set at least low enough in the horizon that you can see the stars.
Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more.
So basically, they're very naive and open to listening and understanding.
And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them?
Okay, yeah, so she actually... I forgot this part. Yeah, she actually can't eat them. She just enjoys them because they make Hermes happy. She can't actually eat them, but she likes them because he likes them, because of the whole emotion link.
Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Something that he likes and something that she will like. He likes flowers.
So, what is your opinion? I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill.
He could cause an accident.
We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself.
Okay.
If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness.
His knowledge would be very handy.
It would not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
And perhaps the knowledge that we get from him can be useful when we go to our own timeline. And we're back over here now. Not really. Yeah, they use interdimensional space to store all of their concept creatures. And away we go. There's all 4 of the quests to unlock flight. They'll definitely hit up once, at some point between now and At some point, basically. I guess is the best way to just put it. Just in general, at some point, I will clean those up. Because I don't like looking at this. I don't like looking at that. Call me neurotic, but I see side quests, I'm thinking that's experience, and that is being just left. Experience and items and goodies and prizes left untapped, untouched. And if you've been watching me whenever I go through, like, you know, Bravely Default 2 or something like that, I'm all about grabbing them goodies. Even if it's a goodie protected by a baddie. We're here now. Northwest, huh? Before we talk to you, I'm gonna go grab that. Hold on. Be with you in a moment, Vana. Map grab. And Aether current grab. Where you at? Up here? Behind this tree? Wait, it's northwest. I'm going east like a dumb. Yeah, it's over here. Because I went I went east instead of west. Oh, there it is, up there. Found it! Excuse me, sir. I like to speak with the tornado. Thank you. $155. Oh, did I pass one? Oh. Never mind. I was at 155, not 1,155. So that's all the one all the way down here. Okay. And that should mean 3 left, and I think there's probably a couple here that I just didn't grab. Here we go, back over that. And for people looking for Aether Current spots, or Vista spots, there's one up there. Can't get it unless you can fly, as far as I can tell. Unless there's some crazy jumping puzzle here that I am not witnessing. I can totally see, like, the... Because you can't jump onto this, I think. Eh? No. That is definitely a flight vista. For a place that uses interdimensional space, that's still a very big building. Oh, someone beat us to the punch. Emmett beat us to the punch. Ah, so they were going on the same line of thinking and doing their own research, even if Emmett adamantly refuses to believe our story. Inconceivable! Ah, that little kernel of truth nagging at him, like, okay, that part makes sense, as much as I hate to believe it. That's a very solid point. Why wouldn't Hermes not recognize a Dynamis issue? We can taste liars. Not now, anyway. Though I guess there's an implication that if they would have realized if he had later, because if he tried, they asked him about it and he lied during the final days, they would have realized it then. The part of me wonders if Emmett literally, like, still didn't believe us, but he did this research out of his spite to prove us wrong. That would seem like an Emmett thing. Come back to us like, hey, I have proof that this couldn't have happened. Yeah. I'm seeking to prove you wrong out of spite. Also that. But mostly spite. There we go. It's like, okay, we need to actually find him. Time for Hith's super soul sight to kind of pick him out. I'd say it's no longer time for fun and games, but I think Hith would still consider this partially fun and gamey, just less so. Keep the whimsy, but I'll be a little bit more practical about it. Fortunately, you don't have to fight the denizens. I say this because one thing I do remember from here is once you get about here, yeah, enemies will just spawn there. You don't have to fight them. I don't want to fight them. Bye. And they'll just despawn. Over here's Hermes. Hi. Yeah, I do not want to deal with the bad breath brigade here. If you don't mind. And there you go. All nice and found without having to get into a single scrap with any of these Sorry, I know a bit of what's coming up next, and I'm not super excited for it. Well, no, it's not briefly. I saw them and left. Yeah, I just avoided them. If I had like the time and willingness, I probably would have bought some white paint, white dye, see if I can dye it white so I match Vana, so I can be the color of an observer.
Apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye, a matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief.
You're gonna lose 1/4 of your HP, unless you're tagged as a heavy type. Which you might be.
Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Considering that they're extra ether dense compared to us, they might all qualify as heavy. Be immune to instant death. And gravity magic. I believe it.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana.
Even you'd believe this?
As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis.
Getting some info out of them.
Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age.
Just as Alphino assumed. He was dead on.
As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics.
Sturgeon refers to himself as an ancient instead of whatever they actually called themselves.
In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source.
What if there's a creature like Necros from Final Fantasy IX as a... or is it 8? That is just a being of pure negative emotion.
A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
What if it was led here?
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
Necron.
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere.
It's the magnetosphere.
According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested.
So we're dealing with dark energy gamma rays going through our electrosphere from a sun of hate somewhere off in space. That may or may not be Necron.
If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Which killed my idea of there being something in the planet that was being held, that was making the sound. It's coming from space.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Uh-oh. Who'd you find?
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Meteor, no. You didn't find Necron.
Only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
Necron, no.
May we please be friends?
Meteor. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Yeah, this is where I was really thinking it was my siblings' belief that yeah. We found a being of pure negative feeling out there. Like a Necron. This is our boss was gonna be Necron.
So cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
And it's finding Aetheris through the meteor.
So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt.
Yep. Definitely feeling. Ran into a space horror.
She's gone? But how?
Astral Cthulhu.
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Yeah, they can't hear her thoughts because they're protected because they're ether dense. Because they're extra thick!
When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
Do I have to?
Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Sorry, this is one of the few bits in this part that I actually don't like. Not because of the concept. I like the idea of, okay, we're the only one who can find her because of, you know, this whole situation going on. but you get multiple locations you can check at. And you have to go to each one and do this very slow listening process each and every time. Now, this might be faster for me because I vaguely remember all the points where she's at. But imagine, there's like 3 or 4 of these in each of these areas. So, imagine going to each one, doing the load to listen, and then having to move to the next one over and over and over again. And you can understand where my frustration for this could come from. Like, yeah. All those other ones, I know if I went to those, it'd be like, you don't hear it. You do that whole scan, this whole, you know, couple second, 2-second long listening to be told you didn't hear anything, and then having to go to the next one and then go to the next one. It was only about the second or third time we had to do, the third or fourth times this happened, I got the idea of it's usually the furthest away, which helped me speed this up considerably. Hello, Necron. Actually, at some point in all of this, it might even been before, like, I forget where I start getting the idea of what Elsa could be, in that it could be a situation of they go out there and they don't find, well, like, at some point the idea comes into my head of, well, what if they didn't find anything? Everything is just lifeless. There is no life out there. What happens if you find out there's nothing else out in the universe? But, like, looking at this again and just musing on it now, you also had the idea of, well, if that was the case, what about those feelings that she was having, which kind of also leads to that whole Necron idea. But anyway, just kind of show you an idea of, I don't think this is the one, but yeah. So you get that. You sit there, you strain, you don't hear anything. You mount up, you go looking for the next one. So, like, for the first ones, I was stopping at each one, seeing if there was something. Whatever medium found, she is not happy with, whether it's an Eldritch Horror, finding out we're the only, intelligent life out there, and everything else is just a simple, basic, primal, beastly thing that just hates. Something's got her upset. But now you're talking about civilizations plural. So it could be like they found it, no, multiple ones? Or I guess no, it doesn't say much there, because Even if you found no intelligent civilizations, you would still have that as a plural. Or something is spreading across it that is not good. What are you looking at, Hermes? You just worried about her? Why are you staring off into the distance? Also, in some of the side conversations you can have here, the idea gets that follow, wander, stumble, listen. Sorry. That because she's not a, you know, submitted concept, creating another one to be able to access, like another Meteon to kind of dial in would take too long. Oh, we're gonna magic bomb her. Okay, let's go, Emmett! I feel like it's been long enough for me that I could do that joke again. Yeah, this has made a lot easier for me, having to, you know, run around and look for it. Also, oddly enough, I missed this my first time through. Just because I guess the water effect kind of hit it. We are gonna do it. Sorry. Out of spite. Whee! Are people fighting like an A rank over there? Cool. Anyway, I know this is the next spot. I'm speed running the Meteon hunt. There she blows! Well, hi! Uh-oh. She can't hear us. Whatever is coming in is, muting everything else. Yeah, no, I think I forgot the whole part about... Maybe it was because I was so caught up in the chase and kind of forgetting bits. I totally thought, like, oh god, this is a situation of, there's no other intelligent life. That whole comment before about this being the last bastion of light in the universe was that this is literally the only place left. There is no intelligent life out there. Because the only other foreign places we know is the Dragon Star and the world Omega came from. And they killed each other. If that was the only other two, intelligent civilizations out there, everything else being nothingness, I don't think, going through that whole situation, I don't think Medion would want to tell anyone that. But that goes something about talking about the hate and things like that. I forget where the next one is. Is it this one? I feel like it isn't. I feel like it should be over here. Oh, nope. This is the right one. Oh, right, because I don't think there are multiple points here now, because there's only... We're not straining to listen anymore. She's stuck being visible. Why did I forget that? I'm speed running this chase, that still I'm already blanking on things. Things that we've already done. I don't think there's any more conversation points out here. So it's just right over to here. We filled out most of the map, too. There she goes! Corral her to the gazebo. It'll eat her. She doesn't know how to fight a gazebo. She has neither fire nor axes.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
I feel like I actually made that exact same joke last time, too. She has neither fire nor axes. She can't face the gazebo. I remember that dumb joke, but like, other bits I'm blanking on. Like blanking on Dunscaith being the name of that dungeon back in Heavensward. For however long earlier to stream. I didn't think of that before, but I think
We must speak.
Emmett saw those other three were over there with his soul sight, and that's why he decided to run us towards the gazebo. Because he could see that they were over there. And now we find the truth. What did Meteion find out in the stars? Oh no.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please.
She's being drowned out by the collective.
Please protect them. Protect them all.
From Necron?
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable.
This is totally good news music, right? No, the chase and now this. Yeah, we've got good news coming. I have a good feeling.
Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified.
Once again, I had the feeling of, oh geez, there's no life out there. They've all died somehow.
Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found.
Every other life out there is dead.
Lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
But they found life that immediately killed itself.
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for, what gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed?
I watched another streamer go through this part, and the big way they describe this, and this is PA_master. If you want to check them out, very nice, fun streamer. I raid them every once in a while. Yeah, big problem here is how it was described was Hermes didn't sanitize his inputs. Programming failure.
To answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so.
You run across the dead or people who are, you know, in a bad situation. You're not going to find a meaning. You're not going to get a meaningful answer. It's going to be death and anguish and despair.
But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then?
What's the conclusion she's going to reach?
What answers would she derive from their silence?
What if you introduced the bluebird of happiness to nihilism?
Meteion, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarant. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard.
I don't like what you're thinking, Hermes.
Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand.
That's fine. We can listen to them at Amarant.
These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
We can listen to her at Amarant while everyone is coming back. Hermes? Hermes, no.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report.
She can finish her report at Amarant.
All else must wait.
Hermes, no. I have glasses. That should have done less. Never mind. No. The wind would have gotten around them. What am I saying? I wear glasses myself. I know that wouldn't have fixed things.
You fool!
Rather than turn the question to the stars, he should have been, like, asking other people. Or, you know, thinking on himself, looking inward. There's nothing saying that one of the things that she found could be an enemy that she is just targeted towards back to the planet. Or, yeah, no, just... You have an Entelechy that's dealing with the, an Entelechy with depression. Or Hermes makes a decision based off of this that causes the final days. To be fair, at this point, I think I was like, oh geez, what's going on? What's happening? I didn't dwell too much on it. I was like, okay, I need to keep going. I need to find out. So I was spending a lot less time sitting here musing on it like I am right now. Especially considering I know what happens now, so the musing is, you know, a bit biased. Hermes is causing problems. Oh no, we won't be able to rely on Hermes' massive magical power. Oh, not Hermes, Hades. Or Venat. Venat seems to have a lot of power of her own, so. Exposed weakness, you say? Venat, we've seen be a tank, a DPS, and a healer. Shocking no one, we're going in here in, yeah, defender, aggressor, or healer. They're literally just setting this up for, hey, guess what? If you go in there with a trust, you're going in with them. Because you can't bring, you know, the Scions. They're not here. But you still want to be able to trust this, so would you like to go in with some Amaratine? Some Ancients? Would you like to go in with Emmett Selk? Now, this is going to be fun for me because only one role is going to still be the same as it was in my first run through here on the lad. Because I came in with Samurai, so DPS slot was taken. Only Venat can take up the healing slot, and Emmett can become either DPS or tank.
Let us be off.
Can scarcely get this over with.
So let's hear those again.
Come, let us be off.
Let's get this over with.
Can scarcely contain my excitement.
But yeah, he's basically, yeah, he's a bard. He's arrows. He can spot weaknesses and shoot them. Emmett, his tank is Dark Knight, as you would figure. The magical tank, yes, he plays the magical tank, and then Venat is her basic. Any of the three, Paladin, I believe, Dancer, and White Mage. So, when I ran through with the lad, I had Emmett as tank and Venat as healer. So, the only one who's the same in this time around is Hith. Hith is always still going to be a DPS. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. Just combat-wise. I want to see Abbot Selk nuke things. Because I'm assuming he's Black Mage. Because when you think, you know, a font of destructive magic, you think Black Mage. Yep, there you go. Also, I love the music for this area. Alright, let me put, here, on you. Before I forget. Sorry, I'm also, like, I say it, but I'm also very used to this one because I've been leveling my trusts, and this is the one at the tail end, so it's the one I've been interacting with most recently. Ancient Thunder. Ancient Spark. Actually, this is also a dungeon I wanted to talk about the most, because I've learned things from coming here with a trust. Desert environment. Over there's the hell environment. And a wooded environment. Over there, the ice environment. But yeah, I think if anyone was going to be a good DPS for this, I would definitely want Emmett in that spot. Sorry, I'm going to approve of Black Mage over Dancer here. Did you just snap and insta-kill it? Emmett, what'd you do? I was not paying attention. Dark Orb. I'm gonna have to like watch the VODs back myself just to see what the cast bars are for Emmett. Please don't smack me. Thank you. I don't appreciate it.
I see you.
That's a cute line from Hith. Slightly less cute when you hear how many times he actually says it. He says it a lot, or at least my first run through, he said it a lot. But I feel like this is one of those ones where even if you don't trust, I could totally see being like, you know what, this is the one exception. Because it's not just regular Scions. It's Hith, Vana, and Emmett Selk. Why wouldn't you? This is, and it's, ugh, of course there's a cold zone, and of course we're going through it.
I see you.
Can you please pull them closer? I'd like to hit both of them with his attacks. Oh well, I guess I'll just save up stacks for the boss. There we go. Got our 3 stacks for that. And just keeping relatively healthy. Here we go. Now, it's specifically this fight. This fight is the one I want to talk about in trusts. Because, normally, obviously, you can only fight them if you just did this, you know, with this crew. Well, I'll explain it once we actually see the fight, about more in... Enjoy that. That's for you. Okay, Frostbite and Seek. This is the mechanic I want to talk about. Yeah, these ones are... So! Every character I've leveled their trust has comments for that. They all do. Everyone. Estinian... Graha goes vanish, like asked if he's using, asked if the beast knows his vanish spell, and like I cannot believe that in the like that they put that much detail into all of them having something to say about this hide and seek mechanic. That you would only see if you got your trust level up enough to bring them in here. And the best part is, it gets even better. So, these guys all just jump away from it. Some of the characters, some of our trust friends have extra reactions to this. At that step, Estinian, Dragon Song dives on the hole that the beast is hiding under. Doesn't do anything, but he tries. And even better, Alice, being the aggro girl she is, throws sword beams at like all of them before sprinting away before she gets hit by the mechanic. It's amazing, and it's like, I can't believe they put that much detail into this. I think I already said this, but I can't believe they put so much detail into something like this that most people will never see. Just that little bit of detail, I love it so much. But yeah, like, everyone having, like, their own comments for this area, even if, you know, they would not have anything for being here, was neat enough. Having custom reactions from Estinian and Alice for attacking the hiding holes. That's what really impressed me. I do not know if Y'shtola has done anything yet, because my crew, I have not gotten through with everyone yet. My first crew was the Disaster Trio. So, Thancred, Estinian, and Urianger. And my second set was the good kids. It was Graha and the twins. So Y'shtola was unfortunately the only one left out. And I have not quite started leveling her up yet as the lone remainder. But I plan on doing it. If I do that, I will definitely have to mention somewhere, probably in my Discord. I have a Discord, by the way, if you've not been to it yet. If you come into the watch these streams, you can use the !Discord command to check out my get the link. But I may post there. What she does when I finally get to that point with her. But yeah, I was like holding off for ages because I wanted to talk about that so bad. Once I actually got here. Because that, like, I found that out and that just... Shocking considering, no, I'm sure it's shocking everyone considering how much I'm already talking about it. No one would have expected it. But that really impressed me. A little detail that, you know, I don't think many other people would mention. That something like that little bit of detail was just... an extra level of care, which I like a lot. Oh, right, okay. I knew a couple of these abilities didn't stack. It's specifically the defense buff from these two cannot be stacked with Carachol. So I can't use this and give her crazy high defense as much as I would like to. They won't let me do that. Unfortunately, all the drops have been non-healer. I love this line just because it's really funny to me. I'm pretty sure anyone who, if people are coming in here, they probably have already seen this. But for those who may not have come into trust and is coming and seeing, wanting to know what the line that gets said here is Hith goes to say, he may have his flaws, but you can't fault his managerial prowess. And Hammond is just like, seriously? You want to discuss his candidacy now? Like, we have bigger things to think about right now, Hith. And it's just very funny to me. Shield breaks. Get a new one. There we go. Ancient tornado. Ah. But yeah, it's always neat seeing what special abilities these characters all have on top of their usual stuff. This boss, of course, whatever heads are have their mouths glowing, they shoot that third of the room. For those who may have not understood the mechanic. In this case, back right is the safe one. Again. Yeah. Though, of course, your NPCs like to cut real close. They'll sit right on the line. There you go. Just the front's okay. We're fine. Oh. What happened? Amit casts Unholy Darkness for 31,000 damage. And Vana casts Enomotos for 13,000. Amit casts Dark Eruption. Hevalodeus casts Annihilation for 73,000. What? 73,000? Heth, you say you... Is that what you're saying? I'm not entirely useless because I have a big shotgun in my back pocket? What the heck was that, Heth? Also, getting back to the whole situation of the story right now, seriously, Hermes, you can listen on the way. There's nothing keeping you from not hearing the report en route. So I'm guessing the whole idea here is that by removing it, we are literally stopping the report dead to keep, you know, whatever the information she may have there, it may be dangerous, and so she's not going to be allowed to give the rest of her report, and that's what he's worried about. Which I suppose is fair in its own right. And I'm just being silly. But me being silly is nothing new, honestly. Really? Heth, do you see that opening? Do you see it?
I see you.
There we go. Don't forget to grab your treasure chest. There's one here. I'll take a bracelet of healing, yes, please. Oh. Do I not have room? That's what it is, okay. Oh, no. I want this side page, thank you. I don't care about the Imperial Bracelet of Fending. I need more healing stats, thank you. Do I have any other healing things here that I just didn't notice? No. Yeah, everything was every other stat. Also, oh. I have a Gaius card from the, when I was leveling, doing roulettes to level up Sage for doing this. Didn't even notice it. And there's the other treasure coffer. And there's a choker of healing. Thank you. Yes, please. There we go. I need to remember to... I really have to use Taro a lot more than I do. I need to use Yoko Taro more. Ow. And now to stack up laser beams. I say that and I want to stack up all my stuff, and here I am using my phlegma just because it's there.
I see you,
Okay, yeah, no, Hith is doing a lot of damage. I'm just not. I'm just watching the health bar drop there. I'm like, oh, that's actually Hith just doing work. I'm not very strong. Completely, no, pulls out machine gun.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Well, I'm gonna hold fast to kicking your butt in, so I don't know how that's my threat. I'm gonna kick your butt in? Over here safe. Oh! I was not over there far enough. Over here is safe. Immediately gets blown up. Sorry, guys. I did not go far enough that way. For reasons that escape me. Let's try that again with me being slightly less stupid and arrogant. I say arrogant, but it's like, okay, this is the just because I got immediately hubris for like, okay, this is the safe spot. And people wonder why I never say things. I will never say anything with 100% certainty, because then that's asking for hubris like that.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Trust and pale, gather to me.
Okay. Like, seriously, over here is safe. It's just a lot tighter than I thought it was. Over here, over here, over here, over here. I remember this mechanic correctly.
my way.
Can you withstand this?
I'm not entirely useless. Streams of ether! Surge is one!
This one is the one that's slightly tricksy. I found, knowing where the first two are, find this what the closest safe zone for that. Wait for it to go. Run straight through. So basically what the AI does. The AI is actually literally showing the correct answer to that. Which is appreciated, gotta say. Hey, I just healed that, thanks! Enjoy that. That's for all you. I don't think I've ever heard him do his ult. Use his LB. Who, me? You can't be serious.
Even when transformed, I am not finished yet. I see you, I believe.
I always love when you get that at the end of that, because you get the double tap of that there, and then the victory music for winning the fight. So again, that look, that glare from Gogo, I was like, okay, that's enough. Enhance Zoe. I'll take some enhanced Zoe. And that's an earring. That's an earring. Oh right, I got a choker, an upgrade choker of healing that I completely forgot about because I was busy. That'll work for now. Sure, why not? Now, will you give me new funnels? No? You'll give me Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles, starring Dante from Devil May Cry. It's because I've been cracking my knuckles so much you can give me new ones? Is that what this is? It's for this?
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
The situation you made.
Meteon, I am so sorry. But that I could have listened to your report in full.
How long would that have taken, honestly?
Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
You already know you asked a faulty question.
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased.
Here's how you did that.
Heard the final testaments of the dying. Welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own.
That doesn't sound good either.
One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse.
I don't like this.
One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory.
Okay, that doesn't seem too bad.
One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet live.
My running joke for this is, oh great, you turned the bluebird of happiness into the blackbird of depression.
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Atheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
They're the Birdborg of bad feelings.
There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation.
Resistance is futile.
You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hold sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star.
Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
So yeah, they're gonna run screaming. They're basically screaming. They're playing all their emo music from the other end of the universe as loud as possible, and that's what's causing the final days.
Fate to decree we live or die.
Hermes? Hermes, no!
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed.
Okay. The murder wolf is not the best example to use here.
We ourselves are flawed. Does not stand to reason that we too should be.
Like, it's a fair argument, but it's also very nihilistic. Also that.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist.
I think you're overstepping your boundaries a little bit there, Hermes.
He can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified. He will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos, awaken!
So, legit, I forgot this was a thing when I got to this point. Because I've been busy doing all the side quests and goofing off with making creatures and accidentally making the behemoth.
Universal memory alteration.
And I was like, oh right! He has a mind alteration device!
Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present.
And here's the thing where, like, I was the entire time.
Memories of all events, and replaced with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining.
Now, the funny thing is, I kept joking about how I kept mentioning and referencing the whole idea that for the longest throughout this entire thing,
I dare say one would be hard pressed.
I thought this would be an alternate timeline, like we pulled a Graha. But
Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
it's an Alexander time loop. It's a stable time loop if no one remembers what happened.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
Let me take off your skin.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
You see, your own creator is still struggling against this.
This ends here.
Hermes, stop it!
Fly, Mission!
That is far enough, Hermes.
Emmett has also had enough.
To me.
Fly, my dog! But also, I think this is also fitting for this scene because they're all in their proper roles that I had them in when we did the dungeon.
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world.
So yeah, my whole idea was here.
Is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with.
My whole thought here was literally this part right here.
Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place.
We're going to be... They're going to get us out somehow.
Flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it?
Everyone else forgets. We're the only one that remembers. Go, good dog! Get there! Oh no, she's got the Hyperbird form. Here, have a star bit.
But not forever.
Have a star bit.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete.
My question is, how is she escaping? Like, we're in an extra dimensional space. How is she escaping this?
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial.
I guess that's me nitpicky.
The interior sections of this building.
Unless she's about to do similar through some other way.
The confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape.
I don't think so. And I fall through and escape. Anyway.
Too brave by half.
But what if it was a trick?
Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was...
You got juked, Hermes!
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence.
Emmett's just like, you idiot!
Gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
It really is. Double dog action!
There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I still don't believe you, but, you know, fix it anyway. I do not believe you, but I believe you. But yeah, no, this causes a closed loop. Emmett doesn't remember us. Fat Daniel doesn't remember us. Because they had their memories wiped by Kairos. It's a closed loop. And we've seen that there are you have your closed loop and your open time loops in 14. You have Alexander, where everything that happened already in the past. It's a closed loop, and you have what Graha did, which caused the split in the multiverse. So the entire time I was thinking about Graha, forgetting we've had an example of a closed loop with Alexander, and this manages to still do it. It also explains why...
Just a little tired.
Except why Vana would become Heidelin. Because she knows what's coming up next.
Can it be true?
Of course, there's a question of, is this still a separate timeline? It's just one that's stuck having the same end result ours was, or if it's a closed loop. But if you think back to what Heidelin said...
left who see beauty in the world? In life?
If you remember back to Heidelin talking on the boat, you start to wonder.
Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
That's also an interesting question of, hey, do you think... like, you have to think there's at least one or two good planets out there that the Meteons got to. Like one that's perpetual Mardi Gras or something like that. Or one that she showed up on, you know, buy one, get one free Wings Thursdays or something. It's just that the mass of them, the mass of bad news outweigh the little bit of good news. The points of light are being drowned out by the overwhelming darkness.
And yet... I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence. And the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her.
The star bit.
One which allows us to follow her trail.
So that this means if this is the same timeline, our Heidelin will also know where she is. Or if it's a separate, and even in the original timeline, maybe she did something similar. Well, no, that's the whole thing is well, I guess something, if this is the same timeline, we have a tracker to find her.
She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember.
I knew we were getting out. I was not, like, once that whole time thing, I realized the closed loop situation was happening. I'm like, okay, we're getting out. I was not expecting Vana to also get out.
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape. What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case...
Yeah, they're not going to remember any of us being here.
I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
The good boy. Sent on a scouting mission.
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him.
Again, like the idea is like, if this is training, like secretly it is also going to be described as training for us, learning how to use the Echo better for like future patches and stuff, that'd be pretty neat.
Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
Now, what's actually is, Hermes even is mean to himself. You could tell how much he loves Meteion in his cover story for what happened. It involves them all blowing up. His answer never gets answered in his rewritten memories, and he loses, you know, these creations that he adored so much.
So, that's what prompted the state of alert.
Someone who hates seeing things die just lost, you know, in his rewritten memories, has lost, you know, the one important thing, you know, like one of the most important creations he's ever made in somebody, a person, I identify that she's a person, that he cares a lot for.
And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
Yeah. There were 5 of you total. Why is there only 3 here?
We did?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
The unknown figure, just like the Warriors of Light from 1.0.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word.
Kept rolling around on this motorized bicycle. It was crazy.
Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
I'm curious what answer she'll give.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it.
Yes! Meteion hit him with elemental magics, sword and shield, arrows, and Gundam funnels. Truly a powerful force.
You will return with us to Amarant. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business.
business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Guess what? We get to do this all over again. Hey, Sombrero, you just missed, you're coming on the tail end of, Zone 5.
Of course.
Yes! So, the idea here was that, I'm visiting the family tomorrow for the holidays. And it's going to be happening during my usual stream time, and I don't know when I'll be coming back. So, the idea was I would do a double-length stream today. And then, if I can't stream tomorrow, I'll probably will too, and then this gets to be just an extra bonus for the holidays. If not, we still get, you know, the total of 3 stream sessions, as per usual, because I like to be consistent.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld.
We're being reminded of the idea of you get your thoughts back after you're dead that we got back in Charlian.
If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Which means Emmett remembers and he is ticked.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
But yeah, so we got through our return to Thavnir with the final days starting, finding out what causes the final days. And basically this whole stream has been, final days have started, figured out what causes the bad stuff to happen, and really found the cause for why the bad stuff happened to begin with, all in one super stream. So, we had the problem show up, figure out what the problem was, and then what caused it, all in one extra large stream. All the while, I was throwing in my thoughts of what I remembered when I first came through here, what I was thinking, what I was, my wild assumptions and thoughts. Like
rest, if only for a while.
Like the big one was, the entire time here, I thought we were pulling a Graha from Shadowbringers. That we were going back, we ended up in an alternate timeline, and even if we revealed what happened to that, like why we were there, we could be saving this timeline, but we wouldn't be fixing ours. We would get our solution from here, but we would also kind of have a first 2.0, but with a bunch of the ancients around, always and forever. But Kairos, the use of Kairos caused a perfect closed loop.
After all, you and I, we still have a long, long way to go.
Since everyone involved, you know, who knows what happens, gets their mind wiped. At that point, I realized, yes, we would have to get out because we have to come back, and or we're either going to be immune to it for some reason, or we're going to escape because we have to carry that information back to the future. But my first one, I did not expect Vana to also get out. But she did mention when we explained everything to her that something must have happened that would make her decide to make these decisions that she, as she was, could not imagine herself making. But now this kind of gives reason why. She knows about all this now. Yes. Yep, nope, yep, nope. We went looking for answers and found answers. Yep, there you go. You got it. Oh, you missed a very fun thing about Catesis that I mentioned on the first boss. You know how the whole hiding in the holes thing? If you go in there and level up your trust characters like the regular Scions enough to bring them into there, they all have custom lines for when the beast hides. Something that like barely anyone I think knows or would even know if they didn't level the trust like I did. If you never level your trust, you'll never realize that every Scion has a response to the first boss doing his hide-and-seek shtick. And Estinian and Alisei actually have special animations for what they do. Estinian will Dragon Song dive one of the holes. Alisei will shoot sword lasers and a bunch of them. It's really neat, a lovely... It's like a little detail I wanted so bad to tell people. Yeah, no, it's super cool. It's such a small, like, a little thing that barely anyone would, like, realize unless they decide to level the trusts, which you don't really need to do. But there's a little goodie there for you. I might have to do another, like, an extra 14 stream sometime in the future, where I just, because I leveled almost all the trusts up to 90 on the lad. And just show those all off on stream sometime in the future. Because I'm not done yet. I have not seen... Yostolo has been the one I saved for last, so I do not know what she does in there. So I still have to level her up from 81. Also, I missed 3 Aether Currents? 3? Let's grab those before we go. But yeah, like, a lot of the music used in here has been really good. Just, like, this whole time loop, the way they work the closed time loop, just had me flabbergasted. This entire section, like, you know, just continue, like, northeast, sorry. This whole area, and just finding that out about the dungeon here, just as I was like, this is probably my favorite zone in the expansion, just because of all that detail. Southeast, huh? Where are you? Oh, it's over there. There's only one other place I think that might match it. But we're not there yet, so I'm not going to talk about it yet. Surprise, the last zone is probably really good. Oh, no, they, well, do you mean per level or, like, in general? Because it does take about a total of, 6 runs to, get a trust of 3 through the 2 levels to get through the dungeons, to move on to the next dungeon. Less for the last one because they're going to be at 89. You have to run it a couple times to get them to their last one. Because they did buff the experience they got back in Shadowbringers, so that part wasn't so bad. Which was nice for me because I wanted the title of Trusted Friend for my lad. So I went through the grind. And part of it was pre-buff to Trust experience. But yeah, no, Again, I went through and I leveled them all, and even in this one, yeah, it's about 3 runs per level in the in Endwalker. The only downside to it is you have a bad number for leveling trusts, because I mentioned my 2 crews that I ran with I ran with the Disaster Trio first, which was Urianger, Thancred, and Estinian. And then the Good Kids, so it was Graha and the Twins. And that just leaves Y'shtola all by herself to be leveled, while everyone else is already done. It's not even like another crew of 3. It's just 1. That's requiring me to go through all of them all over again. I don't know what the reward is, other than, you know, the new skins outfits that you get for them. Which I can probably show off when I do my little trust show of this dungeon later. Maybe sometime next month. Because I'll probably have gotten Y'shtola done by then. Considering it'd probably only take a couple days of just being in the mine to slam it out. There you go, I'm an observer. I could do that and be an observer. I just don't have to die for it. But yeah, it's time to head back to the future. The future that is Aku. It's a really good zone. I have a lot of fun with it. I do enjoy the idea that we're kind of responsible for various creatures that we see in our regular timeline, including the Behemoth, thanks to side stories. The reason why Behemoth has Meteor and all that is potentially our fault. We're responsible for helping in the creation of the Spriggans, Cactars, the Toads. We are the cause of and the solution to a lot of Atheris' problems.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
We could stay and help, but there's not much we can do if this is a proper closed loop. And also, we could cause more problems.
May you and yours emerge triumphant.
I actually chose the, maybe I should stay and help for the lad, and she's like, no, you know.
Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us.
It's only time until she's turned up the volume of her emo music in her room at the end of the universe that everyone here can hear it and get a massive headache.
We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold.
Well, there's gotta be Asm. You know that much. Current Asm has to be among those number.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
Yeah, the fact that Hermes is going to be on the convocation keeps them from being able to be used to help. So Hermes continues to cause problems.
Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist.
And tell that to the Blackbird of Depression at the end of the universe.
And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end.
Seemingly being the key word here.
Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead.
I can get you 7 other people.
Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end.
Like some sort of finish meanderer?
As you move forward, so too will I.
Final Strider?
Will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion.
We'll slam the bottom, slam our broom of defiance into the ceiling and thus floor of her emo egg, and tell her to quiet it down up there.
She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over.
I had an idea for comparison there. It kind of floundered very harsh there.
Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
This has a lot of interesting implications, too, because if this is the same timeline, when we showed up at the beginning of, 1.0, Realm Reborn, whichever, do you think she recognized us? Realized that it was us? That the time she'd been waiting for was coming? And she knew about some of the things that were going to happen because we told her stories of what we did?
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
So glad I kept the claw hands. Let's hide this for a second.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation.
Emmett mentions earlier that he would know, like, what kind of anguish.
It is hopelessness incarnate.
That he couldn't understand, didn't think he could ever know how much despair at the loss of life that Hermes felt.
That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac.
Could feel like. And now he gets to find out. Sending him on the path to become the Emmett we know.
A star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days.
It's amusing that even with them not fully understanding the cause of the problem, something Zodiac did help solve it.
The cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this.
No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
Mighty Zodiac, God born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
That won't fix anything. It's the mindset of the Asians.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps
Gentlemen, the king!
I choose to believe.
You still going, huh?
In mankind's potential. In his ability to find a way forward.
You think I'd stop before this?
So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. Pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering, to mire and plague. one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. Your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Proof that it was a closed loop. Time loop. And yeah, no, that was literally, that song plays during that scene. That was not me. I am not that good. I am bad with music decisions. That was very much them using, they used the theme songs from all the expansions exquisitely in this expansion. Sorry, I didn't want to just interrupt that scene. It's probably one of my favorite cutscenes in the game. There's been a bit of debate on what was causing her to get injured, whether those were the rejoinings or potentially like when she blocked Ultima from killing you, where she protected us to make sure that we'd live to fix the problem. And of course, let's be good and not wear the very spoilery outfit outside of that area. Back in our usual duds. And head on back. But you know, I mentioned this a bit earlier. Square, the whole idea is I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow because I'm visiting the family. So I'm doing a double-length stream today just to cover for that. And if I do end up streaming tomorrow evening instead of, you know, the usual time anyway, somehow, if I do like a 7 to whatever stream tomorrow, then this extra long bonus stream is just like a, it's just an extra bonus, bonus holiday, extra long stream. So it works out either way. Anyway, Kryle! Kryle, you have no idea what I have just seen. Kryle, Tataru, you have no idea. Yeah, I have more. I have so much information about the final days, Kryle. You have no idea. Okay, but like I have story. It's good to be back. I have information. I must live, die, and know. Okay, hers is more urgent, which I guess is fair. We've kind of already gotten through what we found out. You have no idea how much we've learned about the final days. Earl Thavner is still very, very bad right now. Also, that's the other thing for Corvos, the place that, you know, they keep mentioning, but we've never been to, and I have an odd feeling we're probably going to be hitting that somewhere in the future patches, maybe. A little strange, huh? What's strange? What happened? I mean, I can't blame you. I was, I guess, fortunate that I started playing 14 around when Recruit a Friend happened. One of my siblings sent me an invite to try the game after it had been already, after Yoshi P had, you know, turned it around, and I've stuck with it ever since. So I came in during A Realm Reborn. No tattoo, no, you know, all job, glamour pieces of all, like, from gear for, like, all the crafting classes and all that. But I think I've managed a good outfit despite that. I mean, I guess if the teleporter is faster, that, you know, could be okay. You know, if you can get past all the, you know, the weapons and whatnot that are just wandering the streets. I guess the tempered aren't quite a problem anymore. Well, no, the tempered would still be a problem because they'd still keep going, even with Anima down. That's fair, honestly. Yeah, it's a dangerous place. And now, what if it got worse? A place that's already full of sorrow and hopelessness is being affected by the effect of by the final days, where feeling hopeless and sad and empty will turn you into a monster and delete your soul. And I think, given the time and how long it's been, I think it's a good point for us to call it out. It's longer than 2 5-hour sessions, so this has been very much an extra long stream. We got a lot done, guys. Saw a lot, learned a lot, felt a lot, remembered a lot, realized some new things. And next time, we will head to Garlemald and deal with what's happening there, and perhaps spread the word to everyone about what the cause of the final day is and what we need to do to try and stop it. Thank you everyone who's come by to hang out. Thank you a bunch, Square Bomb, for the 8-month sub streak. I think you've been subbing to me for almost as long as I've been on affiliate. So it's definitely appreciated. Thank you, Sombrero, for coming by and hanging out. And of course, to anyone who checks out these VODs later when they eventually go up on YouTube. Hopefully you enjoyed my little wandering through. As mentioned, the fun things I realized about that dungeon, level 87 dungeon, I will definitely try to do a stream at some point showing those off on the lad, because he has the trust high enough to show you that. But that will probably be after we finish getting through Endwalker. Maybe it'll be on one of our, once we go back to a regular Freeform Fridays, maybe that will be one of those sometime next month. For now, though, I think it is time to find us someone to raid. Is anyone up and about on a Christmas Eve? I would not be surprised if there isn't, but we can check. Oh, okay. Looks like Evil Urchin is still, is doing his usual super late night Dead by Daylight streams, so... I think we'll go ahead and raid him. Anyway, I do want to wish all of you, if you celebrate Christmas, I hope you have a Merry Christmas. Hopefully your Christmas day is nice. If it's, with family and friends, it's whatever, however you handle it. It's, you have yourselves a good time. If you don't, hopefully it's just a good weekend for you. You just have a nice time, a good weekend, relax, and get ready to end this year calm, collected, happy, whatnot, and what have you. So let's pop open, show ourselves one eviled urchin. And we'll go ahead and raid him, show him some love, and if I do not see you tomorrow, if I said no because of the visiting the family, I will definitely be back on Sunday to continue on our journey till the end, Walker. Y'all take care, and I'll see you next time I see you. Catch you later.